Hello out there in Monty land. Not really my land. I don't own the whole land, just in my little fraction of a fraction of the universe. You guys see that I'm drinking a monster tonight. So you know it's going to be a happening night. Whoa, what's up, Ho? I mean, Don Ho. What's up, DH? What's up with the Ho? I mean, you knew what you were doing when you named yourself. Not much. Gonna work on some stuff. I had a bit of a debate in my head on what I wanted to work on tonight. But I am going to go back to Alterium shift work. Because I got cheesed it to do. I'm going to work on that. I might actually plan something tonight. I might do planning before I start work. Oh, you didn't? Owner Brink. I mean, you know, that's one mispronounced way of being. Yeah. Someone transposes the H and the B, you're in trouble. I'm sure that's never happened. Hopefully you're doing all okay out there in the sticks. I don't do the Minnesota accent very well because I'm not native. Too much typing? Yeah, I can see that. Sometimes you just got to be the well. I'm gonna just leave that one there. Yeah, it's the night. It's gonna be a night of work. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna try to be a little more consistent. Sometimes when I stream, I just start doing things, and I realize maybe sometimes I should plan things first. Sometimes planning is good, right? Maybe. What I'll do, maybe I'll try to make it somewhat consistent. I'll review my streaming punch list, even though I have unfinished business from last stream. And then I'll agree with myself on what I'm going to do. And then do it, I guess. So that's how I'm going to try to work that way. I don't know how successful I'll be. Long dance recital. Oh, are you at the dance recital now? Picked up the boat from the mechanic, the boat. Going fishing early morning, so like 6 a.m., 5 a.m. Drove a tractor. That's fine. Is that why your wife married you? Because you were a tractor driver? I don't know. Wife's coming back from Africa in 2 days. Things are going well. That's good. I forget how many kiddos you have, but I assume they're a little older, so a little easier to manage, right? Our youngest is 4 now, and she's much easier to manage than she was, a while back. Every year gets just a little bit better with managing children. Of course, now our eldest is about to be a tween, and so there's like there's a whole nother phase of challenge that will happen. So I've been told. There's going to be like, the one child fighting with one parent because, some incompatibility in their personalities. Or both one child fighting with both parents. 11-year-old boy, 9-year-old daughter, yeah. We've got 11, my eldest will be 11 in 2 weeks. We have 11, 8, and 4. You can't type 12-year-old boy. Well, 11, 12, it doesn't matter. At some point, they're going to give you a hard time because you're going to forget their names and their birthdays and all that stuff. Okay, so tonight on Grand Theft Alterium. Oh, this is just some story updates I've been working on, which I'm not going to show on stream. So I've been working on this idea in the game of on-map abilities. Something we wanted to do for ages and ages. But you know, prioritizing things like that just didn't bubble up to the top of the lists. Oh no, why am I on the old? Why does he keep reverting it? Hold on, let me go check out. Seems like your pushes keep... Weird. Like, I just pulled in Jacob's code and now the save system is wrong. Game engine. Oh, it's in game. I don't know why this is checked on. It should be checked on. Should be. It does. It should get saved. Weird. All right. Well, whatever. Giving Jacob a hard time. All right, so let's go break. So Pyra's ability, clearly this is not going to be a actual thing. You know, Pyra's not going to be able to go around and just break everything in the world. That wouldn't be. But I do want to enhance it a number of ways, so that I can respond appropriately to different actions. Right now, it's just like, oh, you found an object. Okay, remove it. I can even remove houses. Oop, wait. I don't know if I can... Oh, I removed the chimney. I guess I can't. It's not close enough to the center of the house. Pretty sure it is here. It's not. I guess I can no longer destroy the homes. That's good, right? I don't even know why I'm checking if I can do it. We're not going to be able to destroy houses. So, oh, there we go. Except for that house. Any hoozle. So, I need to obviously make this not happen that way. And I need to make some capability where we can control what happens when something gets destroyed. And I'm never sure if I should continue along one thread of work. So I want to make sure I review my streaming punch list and agree that that's probably where I'm going to work today. And then I'll start doing some documentation on it. So I don't think I'm going to work on any overlay stuff. I may or may not, while I'm in there, put an HSP value setting. This wouldn't be too hard to add for monsters. I'm not going to work on stats menu. That's just boring. Reading books in their own menu, that might be interesting to work on, but that's... Save system improvements, no. On map abilities, that's what I have here. And then I also have this other thing where I want to create a separate way to handle the behaviors of monsters. Because if we're going to have on-map abilities where you can do like a smash, I want the ability to maybe smash a monster before it attacks you, or when it's charging at you to attack. Right now, all of our battles are scripted. Even though you see them on map, there's like a trigger area, and then once you hit that area, they start charging you, and then the battle begins. So you don't really get a choice. You can't really do any actions when that happens. Although now I was thinking about... No, don't stop. Okay. So I think I'm going to continue with on-map abilities, because that makes the most sense with where I'm at. I am drinking a monster, so you never know what's going to happen next, you know? Might get crazy up in here. You know, monster. I keep remarking to people that I used to think of myself as calm. And I think my streaming persona which is me, but whatever. I think I'm more calm as a streamer than I am in real life. I don't have a real good litmus test on that though, because most people say that I'm the same. So I guess I don't know what that. Let me go. So where am I going to do this? I need to go to my development section. I'm not going to show you the whole. I guess it's not that important, but I just want to pull up all of the docs. Development. On map abilities. It's funny because this is like the original thing I was doing. This is like on map abilities. And I never actually did anything serious with it. So we can make a page right now. I'll just do it right now. Pyra slash and smash. Although I think that you know what? I don't think I was thinking about making destructible objects that weren't just Pyra's domain. A monster at this time of day? Hey, we're working on smashing monsters, so. Dave, it's about to get real. I just felt like I needed a little bit of liquid encouragement today. Some people's liquid encouragement is alcohol. Mine is caffeine-ahol. So the Pyra ability is different than the destruct ability. I feel like I should keep them separate. So what I'm going to do... the special pirate use her spear in real time map. This will allow such smashing things or slashing them. I like the main intent is for usage against monsters before battle. Other creative. All right, see you later, Mr. Don. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping in. I'm gonna create that thing, and then I'm gonna make another one. And I think I'll put it underneath here because it's relevant. Later, Ben. You know what I really like about your game? Is this a serious statement or a joke? You can move diagonal. Yeah, I like that too. Map destructible. Yeah, I don't like grid-based stuff. One of the things that really turned me off to RPG in a box, which, you know, I still use it, but I didn't really feel too bad about focusing just on this project, was that it was all grid-based. And I didn't like that at all. I was like, you're making a modern game engine and you should have free movement. Now they have free movement now, but it's like, that's what you should have. That should have been a #1 priority. And it's easy to sit here and judge because I didn't build the engine. I don't know all the complications about it. But had I been prioritizing things, free movement would have been just such a high up on that list. I don't like it at all. I don't like grid movement. It just doesn't. Yeah. And the thing is, like, the game, it's not even dated. Like, Dave, 92 or 1 or whatever was when Chrono Trigger was out, and games before that had, all directional movement. So it's not even like a new concept in games. The thing about gridded movement, it's more structured. So it's easier to sort of manage certain things in the game. I think it's just harder to make a game where you can move freely around if you're doing like a retro style. And there's going to be more bugs. And then, of course, I'm not going to say the same people who like free movement, but, there'll be a contingent of people who will be like, well, you think your game is so broken it doesn't do what I want it to do. I can't believe it. You just let all these bugs happen. It's like, yeah. With on-map abilities, some objects should be destructible. Destructible? Meaning they can be damaged or destroyed on map. This should have some ability to be configured in our system. We can fine-tune what can damage them and what happens after. So my thinking on this is, we're not making like a fully, like completely interactable world. Although I'm going to need some facility for objects on the map, whether they're an event or not, to have an impact on an action the player takes, or have an impact from the action the player takes. And so the reason I'm taking notes on this first, because even though I kind of know what I want to do, I think I need to get better at planning while I'm streaming. I don't know what is considered exciting or boring from a streaming perspective for the viewers, but I do know that the times where I've sat and like, oh, I'm going to start working on this, and then I hit like a road bump and I don't have like a clarity of mind of what I'm going to do, I get derailed. And then I'm like, well, that's not really useful or interesting, because now I'm sitting here like, oh, how does this work? How do I do that? I can't guarantee that won't happen with planning, but this, at least I have better thought processes going into this. And so what I have to do is find a way to specify, of all the objects in the database, objects that are represented by, the file game builder import, the database system. Any of them that show up on the map, I need to be able to specify how they can be, to specify like 10 times, how they can be interacted with, if at all. These are like default behaviors. So I'm going to have a way I can override those default behaviors as well. Because there's going to be some objects I don't want to make destructible. I mean, I want to make every flower you find pickable. So I'm going to have to do the same thing. So whatever I'm doing here, it's going to apply. In fact, maybe what I need to do, instead of making it destructible, map I want to do this. And takeable? Is it just going to be destructible and takeable? I guess those are really the two. Because I don't want to write scripts for everything that you can take. So I want to simplify it. So I want a way in which essentially we can generically specify what happens based on the type of object. Hey, Red Zone, how you doing? Welcome back. I'm drinking Monster tonight. Maybe I'll just do destructible and takeable. I can't think about any other thing that I would want as a generic capability. Pushable? So like map actionable objects and change this. Well rested and well fed. That is amazing. I am never well rested, but I am well fed. That's true. In fact, I think I ate too much. Was another reason why I'm drinking a Monster. My energy level tanked right before streaming. We want to be able to specify generically actionable generically actionably objects on the map. I should just make this like text to speech, right? Would that be smart? Can I just make this like listen to me? How do I make it? Is there like a text to speech? I'll find out later. I'm here because you can satisfy my other need. Oh, ooh, woo. Oh. Whew, did it get hot in here? I want to be able to specify generically actionable objects on the map, regardless of whether they are events or pure map. Hopefully this will be satisfying. Right now I'm doing documentation because I'm trying to plan out my thought process. I found that when I've done streams like that, it has helped me progress when I start writing code. So I'm going to try and get a little smidgen better at doing that. Rather whether they're events or pure map objects. So these actions can be one of the following, possibly others. 1. Destructible. Destructible. 2. Destructible. The object can be destroyed based on factors such as the character's ability and its power level. Fun fact: these characters have on-map abilities. Pyres is the smashy thing, and Atlas is shooty thing, and there will be power levels to those. So as you go through the game, there'll be an opportunity to upgrade that power level. Just classic JRPG, you know, you get like, oh, I can get through this barrier finally because I have the ability that lets me open it, whatever that ability is, or get past it. And then later, there's like another type of that thing, but it's a different color because it's harder to get through. And we're doing that sort of leveling type of thing. It's just a good way to kind of control space in a game, right? It's power level. Destructible. 2 is takeable. Whether the player can take this object. And if so, what happens when they do? And this is where I might actually use script. How can I get your gloves? These are called copper tone compression gloves. So you can just Google search copper tone compression gloves. I just buy them off Amazon. They're just compression gloves because I have the precursor to arthritis, and it honestly I don't always need them, but it just feels so nice. It's like little hugs for my hands. So I wear them because they feel good, and I guess that's the only reason. I mean, it does help because there'll be times where I'm like really typing and my hands are hurting a bit. Takeable, and then takeable. And then we had pushable. Player. I think I want like push and pullable. I think it's push, pullable. Either one. I don't think we'd have things that you can only push versus only pull. I think if we're going to add any kind of pulling capability, you can do both. Either way. Whether the object pushed. I suppose I suppose that we could just make a trigger. This is why we're designing before we do the work. Triggerable. Possibly instead of explicitly defining all of these behaviors, we could instead set up trigger system where any object could act like an event and trigger actions. This would be a separate kind that SGB uses. However, we could still make use of common story graphs. Like part of me is like, this might actually be a smarter move. So one of the design principles that I fail at, I just constantly fail at this. And I think it's because I have a desire to be concrete. Like I want to really think about how something fits together perfectly. So I want things that are named, and those names have meaning, and those meanings have action. Because the more abstract you make something, yeah, you can basically do anything, but then you can do anything, and it gets a little bit more complicated once you get down the line. Like I give Tonic. I give Tunic a hard time because they regularly say, "Oh, you should do just event-driven design for your objects." And event-driven approaches are heavily rely on mono behaviors. And so, like, oh, I want to add all these behaviors. I'll just drop a behavior on here and configure it, which I instinctually don't like at all. Let me see if I can say this the right way. Let me open a map. It's not so. The way Tunic has described their system, it's not that their system is perfectly event driven. It's heavily event driven, but it's really reliant upon this notion that everything is composable. So you design a system in which you just drop a bunch of different behaviors. So you end up with like 20 or 30 mono behaviors here. It's like a monolithic. I don't know what word I would use for this, but it's just like a really extensive usage of event-driven concepts. And then you just, configure all these things to do a bunch of stuff, right? And so there are alternatives event-driven, by the way, incidentally. I mean, the way the alternative to event-driven in game development is you have a mono behavior that has an update loop, and the update loop is checking for things to happen and then it's taking action. So rather than it responding to an event, it is actively looking for things and then taking action. That's not event-driven. I don't know what you call that approach. I'm sure there's a word for it, but and so that model gives you a lot of control. So if you're going to do input, you're going to check input on a keyboard, which I've done in a number of places. If I go to like my message box, message window, I think. So like input dot. So I have this like has input decide, has input cancel, right? And so then in this class, I have a loop where on each update, I'm checking for input. That is not event-driven. That's not an event-driven design. An event-driven design would be making this a handler for an event and then subscribing to that event. And then when the button is pressed, it would trigger a method that does an action. Polling, there you go. See, you're smart. You got words. I know the word too. I should have thought of it. But anyway. So the alternative is just doing a lot of polling everywhere. And the great part about polling is it's a very discrete, structured, controlled way in which to write your code. And I 100% understand why game developers, new developers, old developers, whatever, why some of them prefer this method, because you can have a level of assurance of what's happening here. Event driven, you could theoretically have assurance, but the more cluttered your event space gets, the harder it is to have assurance on what's going on. And then you get into, you know, probably more likelihood of race conditions. You get into like, you want to do a certain behavior, but in order to do that, you've got to add so much overhead, because instead of having two things directly talk to each other, you've got to make all these things rely on events. Then you got to find a way to like pass context around. I mean, again, there's a lot of stuff. I like writing inputs in a list and consuming it at some interval. So you mean like in a polling perspective like this? Or some other way? How did I get off on this subject? I mentioned something about event driven and then we went on a journey. So I would say that in terms of my game development experience, I would be like a mid-level developer. I mean, maybe for some I would be considered senior. I am obviously a very senior developer, but just from my exposure to game dev and my understanding of some of the theories behind it and how to write code, I don't think I haven't grasped the higher level thinking yet. Okay, yeah. So you're still talking about kind of polling instead of event activity, unless you make your unless you amalgamate polling with event driven, where you have an event that captures it and then puts it in list, and then you do something like event polling driven design. So like, you know, and even my my higher level like web application development theory is, it's more intuitive than it is knowledge based, as in trivia based. Like I don't know all the words for everything. A lot of that's also because I haven't done a lot of direct web development in a while. Interrupt based. Okay. So yeah, how oh right, because I was talking about this. I was talking about how we trigger things. And that got me into Tunic. So what I tend to do when I design things, this is where I'm saying, like, don't do this, kids. You know, don't do this at home. Well, I mean, heck it, do it if you feel like you want to. I tend to discreetly describe the behaviors I want to create, and then I implement those things. And I think that's okay, except that given the scope I'm touching and the change I want to make in the system, I need to take a moment and say, is this really the concept? Is this a concept I literally want to implement? Do I want to make the whole, like, make classes that say this is destructible and then make those classes respond? Because the second I do that, that is code I have to maintain. And one way or another, destructibility has to be maintained, but it can be maintained in a couple of ways. One, it can be maintained in a way that not just me can maintain it. Like Jacob might be able to do something. Or I can do it in code, and then I have to go every time something happens, I got to go in the code and change it. The code will probably be faster, but and it'll be more clear because it's like, this is destructible, but it might be more brittle in the long term. So that's right. Okay, so I'm on my soapbox, but this is why I'm doing design, right? This is why I'm thinking through it. Part of me thinks that if you're going to make game engine tools, like there's two, incidentally, another very, very interesting thing about game dev. I am going on soapboxes. No one's stopping me, so YOLO. Another very interesting thing about game dev is you don't typically in web dev make tools to make your web product. You do that lightly, but you don't usually think of it like, okay, how do I make my web application editor to make my product? You might make like a content management system, but that's the content management system manages the content of the product, not to like design another product, right? And game dev, there's like these the two different minds you have.
It's a dragon. It's a dragon, and he's got a face.
Rawr.
And he goes rawr. I'm
This is
Mati.
called
Blah,
interrupt
blah, blah,
driven.
blah, blah.
In game dev, you have the tools. Actually, you have to consider how you're going to use those tools to continue building the game. Then you have the game itself. If I was just writing a game and I wasn't worried about tools and I was just the only developer, I just like, okay, destructible, takeable, push pullable. I'd probably make an interface or an abstract class that defines a behavior of some sort, and then I would write code around that. But I don't think that's how I need to do it. I think I need to consider the triggerable approach. I think I've already created something like this, so I should probably investigate what we should do. Possible approaches. Okay. Is the word big enough for everybody? Really big on my screen. One great thing about streaming, it is really it really heightened my awareness of when I am showing my stream and whether people can see what I'm doing. How do I? Oh, it has a writing assistant. That's cute. Is there a way to remove this bar? There's so much space taken. No restrictions. No restrictions. Okay, I guess. Or have a flag in a parallel array and test it when relevant. What do you mean? For what? Are you talking about putting a flag in to control new code versus old? Or how to control your input intake? Possible approaches. This can either be a discrete definition or a trigger approach where we can specify how any object might react to any type of trigger. Regardless of how the action is taken, we need to be able to configure behaviors, object basis in the game editor. Oh, instead of using polymorphism. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't think I would use. So this is what I think. Here's what I'm thinking. Let me talk through this a little bit. So we don't edit maps. I could put objects on a map, but we don't edit maps. First off, this is RPG. I don't know how other RPGs do it. I presume of the two ways, one of them is create a bunch of scenes, well, the other one is create a bunch of files that load in one scene. And so you gotta wait for the file, you gotta wait for that scene to load before.
But Marcus, you knew I want to be a rock star. There's too many rock stars in the world, but only one of you, Marcus.
Hey, Nightfall. And so we don't tend to work in the scene because the scene is dynamically loaded from Smile Game Builder, their core code, and I'm kind of okay with that. I mean, obviously not everything is dynamically loaded. There's all these static objects. So I'm still kind of working through the lens of Smile Game Builder, even though my strangler pattern is like choking it out a little bit. He's doing this with his fingers because squishy. How's your game going, Nightfall? So what was we were talking about? Oh, polymorphism, right? So what I have is this thing called a game editor. The cat game. Or I want to know how your chess game is going too. Your like rogue chess game. So we have this way of seeing all the different types of objects that appear on a map. The only two types of objects that show up on a map are characters and map objects. But the only type of object that can statically be placed on a map is a map object. So these are objects that don't have any associated event tied to them. So when I go in to look at an object here, what I imagine is this is where I would have to configure some kind of event trigger. So either I could define it so that I can say I could have like a little checkbox, is destructible, is takeable, and then I have to define what happens when you do it. Or I could define a set of triggers. And so when the action happens on, when something happens on a map and it finds all the objects in that area and triggers them, it would do whatever the trigger says. Cat's going fine. Demo's looking pretty good. Music in the works. Looking for 3D modeler. Ooh, you want how do they dance on do they go on a catwalk? A catwalk because it's a cat game. On the catwalk. Okay, sorry. So my thought is, I'm not sure. Actually, not still sure how this would work here, but one problem is I'd have to be able to make it so these objects can also take triggers. There's plenty of catwalk. AS is going fine. We've got Grand Theft Alterium going on where Pyra can just run around smashing things up. And I'm working on designing the next phase of this. I'm drinking a Monster tonight, so even though I'm ostensibly going a little slow in my progress here, I'm okay with that because I don't know when I'm going to stop streaming. Yeah. But it has the word recover on it, so it means it's good for me. And it says rehab. So I'm in rehab, apparently. It does say Monster at the bottom, though. So I don't know, they all cancel each other out, right? So it's basically a net neutral drink. Hey, you know what? Placebos work. I'll take it. Mind over matter, friends. Okay, so we're talking about possible approaches. One. Discrete definition. Every game map object and game character object could have something like that. Checkbox or drop down list for each type of behavior. Behavior will have its own inputs in the game editor object editor. Figure those inputs, trigger them. I have no Monster Shade. I've had one nearly every day for the last 10 years. I'm back on the Monster. Yeah, I normally drink these guys, the buys, and there's a buy boost that's 100 milligrams of caffeine. I have hypertension or slightly high blood pressure. It's higher than it should be, but not high blood pressure yet. It's right in between that. Buy boost is 100 milligrams of caffeine, so it's like coffee basically. But I've had some Monster rehabs recently, and I just kind of got on a kick of it. I go through this natural cycle where eventually I'll stop. I'll go completely cold turkey and not do caffeine for 2 weeks or something, and then I'll just build myself back up. And then it's just I have a relief valve when it comes to these sort of things. Trigger definition. Define each action as a trigger. Actions on the map can trigger it based on the objects found. Triggers would refer to a map, graph, and node to trigger the requisite event. This means we would need a way to teach the system understand as being The only problem with this one, this may be one of the main solution, since of a map object that can be managed. So this is one of the bigger problems. Is like our map objects aren't in the game. They're not something that the system can handle. You're giving up alcohol. That's good. Something I have felt I should just do for myself. Yeah, I don't do alcohol anyway, so it's not. That's not a problem for me, thankfully. But energy drinks are, and really the health problem is that I'm concerned about is just my my high blood pressure and longevity of life. But I don't care enough about it to not drink caffeine, because I get like even when I've like cleared it out of my system, I still get this sort of energy lull, and I need focus. I don't know. It'll happen again. I'll go through another lull, and then I'll find a way to manage without caffeine for a long time, and then it'll come back. Whatever. Okay. It is the caffeine addiction strong, but I think that I have this reaction to anything that's addictive where I don't want to. I just like I stop. I literally stop myself. Like whatever, right? Like I have addictive type personalities in my family, and that probably helps me stop doing things because I don't want to get so tied up in anything that I have to have it, right? Worst case with caffeine is I'll just be really tired and I'll just own it. Okay, that's good when you can, right? Okay, so let's define what we would need for each of these behaviors. Behavior trigger definitions, because that might help us decide what we want to do. This defining behavior may us decide the best approach to implementing action. Also important to consider is our longer term goals with the game and how we want to make changes to the system later. This is actually really important because I could make discrete things that I control exactly, but the question is, if I'm trying to like extract functionality from Smile Game Builder's core into more Unity focused approaches, then a discrete approach means more work later, theoretically. If I have a way where there's a trigger and the trigger can trigger like a story graph and node actions, I could expand that more easily later when I add more nodes, right? Like there's this whole concept of separation of concerns. I don't know if anyone like knows that. I'm sure like Red Zone knows it, because separation of concerns is a very common, well, it is like a development architecture thing, but I think that can apply to other things. But when you're making a system object oriented or otherwise, you want to limit how many places something is coupled to other things. And so if one thing is only concerned about holding the data of the object, you don't want the thing that holds the data of the object to be too smart. You don't want it to know about the whole system. You want to know just enough so it can supply what's necessary and help whatever's using it do what it needs to do. But you want to you really want to segregate that, because anything that does complex logic by definition is going to be more complicated. And the more things you have scattered around that have complex logic, the harder it's going to be to maintain down the road. I apologize for the soapboxing tonight. I blame the monster. Well, sorry, not sorry, because I'm going to do it anyway, but feel free to say, shut up, Motzi, just write stuff. Okay. Also important to consider the long-term goals for the game. Now, so we're going to do, at least you're getting a little insight into like what I do for documentation, I guess. I'm sure that's exciting, right? Destructible. Destructible. The settings help specify whether an object can be destroyed, what happens to the object, animations, drops, etc. when it's destroyed. So we would say like things to consider about destructibility. I read to my kids every night, and my two eldest have been reading like chapter books now. I've been reading chapter books to them. Hey, Drastic, how are you? The weird like conflicting noises. How are you, Drastic? Wow, 44 months, you mad lad. Are you still? Are you intrigued? Tell me what's going on with your roommates. Tell me everything. You moved out, and then you living with someone else, but then you're gonna get everything sorted. And I hadn't heard more. Frankly, I haven't asked, but I hope you're doing well. Anyway, I read to my kids while you type things. I read to my kids, and there's some of these books that have such big words, and they keep using the word over and over again. But it's just like a name or like a name of a castle. And so I've learned how to cut it down. Like instead of saying the name, I'll just say the castle, or say the person, because it's like I can't read out loud and do all that the whole time. It's just too much for me. I have my own place now, preparing to come back to Twitch. Congratulations, Drastic. I'm so glad to hear that. And are you still at the same gig? You're still doing the part-time work, like substituting, or did you get a full-time? Things to consider about destructibility. Animation to play, or how to play it. This could be wide and varied, may be difficult to specify in one configuration. Because who knows how animations are going to work on the object. Still stubbing, okay. Did you say that... Oh, and how's your comic going? Did you want to send... Yeah, you're in special ed, right? Did you want to send a link to your comic stuff? You're still doing your comics? Yes, maybe? Animation to play, yes. Destructible level. Destructible level. Need some way to specify what type of destruction input can actually cause this to be destroyed. If I was gonna separate the idea of high-res destructible level and just generic destructibility, there's got to be some essentially weight to it. It could be like a health type of thing, but I don't want it to be health, because that would imply you could like hit something until it breaks, which I might want to do, but I'm not sure if I want to do that. Oh, okay. Well, sometimes you gotta, especially when stuff's going down, you just gotta step away. But I'm glad that you're starting to get back into it. Your She-Hulk equivalent characters. You had a character that was like a She-Hulk, right? I can't remember if she was permanently that way or if she actually changed into that. Destructible level. I guess I could do health, question mark. Possibly a way to allow certain objects to be after a certain number of hits. Not sure this should be done or is necessary. We're not doing Minecraft after all. So we're not making like blocks you can build and stuff. Item drops. Things that could be left after you destroy it. In this case, it wouldn't be something on the map, but a message of a received item. My main character kind of more of a Supergirl type. I did a She-Hulk Sunday for a year. Maybe that. Yeah, I remember you had like a She-Hulk character or something. I thought it was part of your storyline though. But yeah, it was a while ago. So my memory isn't like that good. What else would we have to know about things that are destroyable? Possible cinematic actions or effect. This could be varied. May make a case for some kind of story graph integration. Like, you know, essentially, like, even if I were to make these things discrete, I still might have to have a way where I can, like, trigger a script to run. It's kind of interesting because, like, maybe that makes the case for it. I don't know. Take a bowl. Yeah. Well, you know, I mean, did you see the thing that we're doing here? I'll show it. I have been writing so much story. It's so fun. Why is this happening? All right. It's really fun to write story. Jacob doesn't love it, but I do. It is a bit like there's a different type of brain power that gets used for it. So I have to like write, and then stop. And when I say write story, like I'm doing story nodes. So I'm not like writing things from scratch or something. Let's go to the entry. I don't know why the start game doesn't work. Open the entry map and then start. So, you know, my streaming is all the little things I've wanted to work on for ages. I'm not trying to pick up any big projects because the bigger ones take my mental energy when I'm not streaming. Instead, I'm farming that stuff out to other people because I can't do both. It doesn't work for me. So like here, I can go break things. Smack. I mean, you know, clearly the actions and interactions are not the greatest yet. And it doesn't do things like remove their collision. But that's, you know, this is just the prototype demonstration. She's gonna probably have a swipe and a smash. The swipe will very likely be more used to like ward off enemies or in like a quick swipe to give you a chance to back away. And the smash will be to break stuff. I mean, I guess you could use a smash against a monster before battle, and that will do damage too. It'll just be harder to hit them. Hiya! Yeah, exactly. And I really like the idea that when this is fully implemented, I could break a rock. She will use that. You'll use that ability when she can break bigger rocks instead of having the scripted event. I don't really love the scripted and tightly controlled event for some of these things. I think it's more fun as a player to experience it, right? I have the ability to smash things. Oh, there's this big rock in my way. Let me see if I can hit it. And then you do your thing, right? That to me is more fun than the scripting. I could be wrong. I don't know what maybe there's also the sort of players just won't care, right? Take a bowl. I also have to consider like animation, how to play it. Well, no, this is actually okay. So in this case, this happens after some other thing triggers it. So whatever animation the player does, it would happen here. But interestingly, with a takeable object, we might need a player animation. Objects are things on the map player can just interact with and take, like flowers or stuff. I don't know what else. Once you make it, you can do whatever you want. Gavrion, how's it going? It just needs to happen often enough so they don't forget it's an ability they have. Yes. I mean, that is it. I mean, you can also do both. You can make it so when they get to a critical scripted event, they can either just use it or they can trigger it manually. Right? The thing is, the smash ability, we're gonna add something that trains you to use it in the beginning, because you're gonna have, I think you're gonna have your swipe. We might give you the smash in the beginning. I don't know. But then you won't be able to smash bigger rocks until it gets upgraded by Julian. Take a lot of things on the map and take like flowers or other objects? Question mark? I mean, sure, we'll find something. These are meant to be small things of less or little value. Is intended? Yeah. Enhance living world feel of the game. We could also use this for more important objects if we want. But we'll need a way to hint at what is important. Considerations. Again, I hope it's okay that I'm just basically typing, but this is actually super. I'm so glad I did this, because if I started writing code first, I think it would just have felt way worse. I'd be like, oh, I don't know what I'm doing. I feel that way anyway. Considerations. Character animation, in this case. Or player animation, actually. The player may need their own animation for the take. Flowers would need a pickup. But an item on a table might need the push. Looks like. Hey, Miss Puffles, thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Like your name. Adorable. Object animation. This may be the least needed or likely, as takeable. How are you doing tonight? Are you a game developer? Do you develop? As takeable objects, well, like I think will mostly just disappear from the map. However, we may want space to do an animation for certain. You are a game dev. Do you have a project you're working on that you want to share? Made one game, working on my second. You're welcome to share it. That goes for everybody. You're all welcome to share your things, as long as it's appropriate. If it's inappropriate, I'm not going to click on the link. Sorry. Player animation, object animation. Item given. Need a way to identify what player gets when they use. You're more than welcome to share. I probably won't play it, but I'll open it up and look at it for sure. Always like to see what people are working on. Is this something you have on itch? Also need to know the item taken. What else would we want to know? Possible cinematics, right? I also, oh, I think both of these are going to need some kind of like respawn flag. And respawn? Question mark? Need a way to know if a broken object comes back after the player leaves the map. Oh, a digital pet. Adorable. It's a Game Boy. Oh, do you know Tom Sutton? I think I'm spelling his name right. Do you know Tom Sutton? Tom Sutton made a Game Boy game, and he's actually working on re-swizzling one that he made for a publisher to publish on physical Game Boys, like actual physical Game Boys. I'm going to turn off the sound because I have to do this whole dance around to make it work. Made by Miss Puffles. The digital pet game. That's adorable. Simple short Game Boy game I made. It's my first game, so not really much. Did you do it as part of a jam? Oh, is my thing jammed? Why is it not? Not working on my computer, but it might just be the why wouldn't it work on my computer? Let me go look on my other browser. Should work. Let me see if it works on my other machine over here. Start, enter, select, shift. Okay. I'll see if it loads. If it doesn't load, that's fine. I can probably just like download it later. Ah, okay. Here we go. You said hit A. Oh, this is so cute. This is like a Game Boy inspired one. This is what, like Game Boy Color then? Can you interact with things? Are those signs interact? Wait, what's the interact button? Alt. That's movement. It is a Game Boy file. Can I interact with this? There we go. No, that's just return. What button do I use to make things do things? Up and down, left, right, alt, control. Ah. All music that was not in the overworld map is made by Tip Tom Tomcat. Horrible. Hit start. I'm hitting enter or return. This is not doing anything. Oh, so there's like the Z character. Okay. So Z is what I can use to do things. Okay, got it. I don't see. So Z is A. Okay, so A is like, okay, got it. Can I go in here? Can I talk to this thing? This is cute. I like the graphics. What did you use to build it? Only 2 houses you can go into. The hitboxes are wonky. That's fine. Wanted to take a look. Take a little gander around the little world. Ooh, there's a scarecrow. Hello. Do you want to dance? Yes. Absolutely. Thanks a lot for dancing with me. Tired decreased by 2. Ooh, I'm not tired. Game Boy Maker thing. Even the camera stops when you hit the map edge. That's nice. That was something I just had to add to Smile Game Builder. I mean, to our game. What direction do you want to go in? I think you always go left, right? You got lost and walked out. Uh-oh. You might want to visit the gemstone stage during the day. But I want to go through here. Well, I'm not going to get lost. I'll just keep going forward. No! But I want to go through the forest. Okay. Now we must have to go left, right? Left. No! But I want to go through the forest. Okay, we know for sure by process of elimination. Yes, buddy. Oh, I have to keep going. Go right again. No! Forward, left, right, forward, question mark? I like that you put it as a question mark. Almost like I should know it. But I know that you're saying it because you're trying to remember it. I don't think it was left because I went right second time. So forward, right. And then maybe I'll do left again. I did that, and then we do left again. No. What's at the end of the forest? I'm totally letting myself get distracted from my work. I haven't written a lick of code tonight. That's how you know it's going to be a great night. When Monty doesn't write any code, everything goes well. Because you can't have any bugs if you didn't write any code. Right? So I can either go forward or left this time. And now I'm determined to brute force this and get through it. Forward. Right. Left. And then do I do right again? And then I go forward. The forest is disappearing? I gained 4 rat points. But I got really tired. My A's increased by 7? Did I age by 7 years in the forest? What? Oh, do I have to like click or something? Or what? No, it wouldn't be clicking, right? I got filled with mad. Ooh! It's a huge. There's no huge reward there, so that's one of the questionable design choices. I'm getting older by the day. All right, I'm gonna go back to my working. But thank you for sharing your game. It's adorable. It's cute. So do you? You must not do game dev full time. You do some other kind of software development during the day. Do you look at gemstones? The age makes the pet age. Okay, got it. Object animation, item taken. What else do we need to worry about when you take items? Oh, cinematic event, right? And can respawn. Can respawn. I'm not gonna do something crazy where like certain things can respawn after a certain amount of time. That would be absurd. But that'd be kind of cool. Like you take the flowers and the flowers don't come back. I do game dev as a hobby. I refuse to involve money in my art. Fair enough. Don't blame me. How jerky would that be if I did blame you? Okay, so we have pushable. So pushable objects aren't going to be that crazy. So pushable. Pullable. We haven't introduced this yet, but we do want to have some mechanics around that for later stages. Normal 9 to 5, yeah, I can dig it. These are objects. Player is able to push, pull. I don't think we even want to make pushable and pullable objects based on strength. Could though. I'm planning to work on my second project some more, but I got sidetracked with sticker making. Oh, you make stickers? That's cool too. Do you stream? Are you a streamer? We have followers. Objects or push pull. We could theoretically make these controlled by some. I don't want to put that there. Push pull. This should probably be a universal. Might be for the better too, though. As I run in technical issues, so a break was nice. Yeah, I streamed before a couple times, but it's been months. Yeah, it takes the energy of takes energy to stream. Okay, so pushable objects. I think, like, I could get really crazy scoped on this, but I don't know why that. Like, I don't think it would enhance the fun of the game if you made certain objects only pushable by certain characters. And if you only made it pushable versus pullable. I think if you put any kind of push and pull ability in an RPG like this, you just want to give it the ability from the start. At least that's how I feel about it. What is your biggest pet peeve with streaming? If I play Project Diva and stream it from PS5, the game gets muted. Oh, the music is muted. Yeah, that's unfortunately how businesses work. I get it though. That's stupid. Then it's like, well, what's the worth of it? Then I mean, that's why you live stream it so people can watch you live, right? I'm sure some people just turn the music off and play some other background music. That's why I use the stream beat stuff for my stream. A protest? Okay. This should probably universal command not depend on character type. Considerations. 1. Well, I don't think there's many, right? Just whether it's pushable, pullable. That doesn't make a difference. So what would be a consideration for the behavior? Push and pulling is such a discrete thing. I don't know how I would turn it into a trigger. Hey, R-Man, how's it going? Are you self-taught? A little of column A, a little of column B. How about yourself? I don't give a damn. It might ruin my follow count. I don't know if it matters. Streaming is funny. It was very different at the beginning of the pandemic, for sure. And I think the people who want to really make something out of their streaming, you've got to put so much time and effort into it. I want to prove a point. Muting music in a rhythm game is stupid. Yeah. I have a computer science degree. Yes. But I'm also self-taught because I think since I was 12 or 13, I started learning programming and doing it badly. Yeah, I got lots of tips, tons of tips about how to learn to program. But it's sort of like, okay, so there's like the generic eye-rolling answer, and then there's some more discrete things. So first off, I need to cut up the 5K by 5K map I made into 9 smaller ones. Yeah, probably smart to do too. So I'll go, I'm trying to, hold on. Motzi's distracted advice. Let's talk about learning the code. So, just a little background is I started learning the code in the 90s. And I started on a program called HyperCard, which had something called HyperTalk. And the language was very verbose. And it was like, put the value of X into blah. I didn't know what a variable was. I didn't know any of the terminology. And I had one 300-page book to read. I didn't have the internet. Searches on the internet back then didn't really return a lot of results. So I just had to bang my head against problems until I solved them. So it was a very painful learning experience. So a lot of my self-taughtness was keep trying to make things, but also giving up really fast. But if I were to give you any advice from all of my experience in learning, one of the things I would say is super important. Always try to make something. I mean, you just got to make something. Even if it's bad. The key to learning anything, you could ask Jeeves, but he did. Oh, I remember Ask Jeeves. I tried that too. That was Ask Jeeves was the first attempt at ChatGPT, right? Make it sound like it was just ask a natural language, but it was crap. So, one of the things I've learned in life is even if you're bad at something, even if you just you make 100 attempts and you just feel like you're terrible. No matter how bad you are, as long as you're still trying, you are improving. The only way you won't improve in that case is if you refuse to learn anything from that experience, right? So when it comes to coding, top general advice I would make is keep trying on things. Just keep trying to make things. I don't care what language you're using. I don't care whether you're using AI or not. Keep trying to make something work, right? That means make it work best you can, then learn. I think another piece of advice I say, find the language programming system that is the lowest drag for you to get started with. So the other trick is I used to say, I'm going to learn C++. I'm going to learn the really, the official programming languages. And I never got started on that. That's why I did HyperTalk for so long. But the thing is, you're still learning even if the language is simple. I'm 32. I was thinking of going to college for physics double major. I don't, why? What's your current degree? I think it's the lowest drag for you to get started with. Importance. More about logic than the language syntax. So best to learn things you feel. I just have a GED. Okay. I mean, I've hired people that went to college for physics and or finance and then went to programming and they were a pretty good programmer. I've hired a lot of people out of boot camps that were willing to give up their career, learn the code, and then become really good developers. I mean, the thing is, a lot of this starts by your desire to learn, right? It's you have to have a drive to do something with the tools that you have, even if you don't know the best. So I don't know, if you're 32 and you're thinking about going to school, I don't know if my advice is going to help you any. If you're trying to learn how to code, you got to do stuff. If you're trying to learn to do anything, you got to do stuff. I don't care what it is. You just got to do, right? But so many people say, well, it's too hard. Well, yeah, of course it's going to be hard. You have a lot of educational sites for programming. I didn't have those. What's another good tip for people who are still trying to learn how to code? Find good support systems. Going to Discord. for the engine you're using. Find friends that know a little more than you that are willing to help. Take time. Ask for help as much as you can. Again, these are like really basic things, right? Basic things in life, and you know, you always say, oh well, that's what everyone says. Yeah, well, because it helps. I want to be self-taught though. I just don't think nobody will hire without a degree. Technology jobs are hit or miss there. A lot of people will hire people without degrees, but you have to prove that you really know your stuff. Game programming has a low barrier to entry, but a much harder path. Game dev. Join jams. Look at itch for game jams. And sign up. This make something without increasing pressure on you having your best ideas. A lot of people who do games say, I want to make my dream game, so I'm going to make my dream game now. And you'll never succeed at that unless you're one of like the small percentage of people that can actually stick to the one thing they really want to do. But instead, you do jams. A lot of experienced game devs do a bunch of jams, then they come up from that and with an idea that they turn into a game. Then they have a successful game. But it's not, you got to make a lot of stuff. Game devs make a lot of stuff. I would say that I'm not typical one in that regard because I haven't made as many games as some people have. But whatever. Oh, there you go. I typed my advice so I could, keep it. Those are some of the pieces of advice I'd say. You notice I didn't mention anything about specific languages or specific things to learn in languages. But okay. Always be willing to investigate how things work and learn what's happening. Read existing code line by line to learn together. Look up what something does. Get help. Test ideas learned. Always be curious about what something is doing or has done. What kind of computer do I need? An MSI laptop? I don't know what the specs of your machine are. You don't usually need, well, if you're going to do Unity development, you need more. Godot might work a little better in that case. I don't know what the specs are for different things. Unity is definitely more heavy, and then Unreal is insanely heavy. Oh my god. These objects are able to push, pull. This should probably be universal capability and not dependent on character type. So what do we need to know about push and pull ability? I feel like you can't push something that's bigger. Need to be careful about the object size. We can either, this may just be error if we are object pushable. From the context of the game, it might not matter. Question mark. Glidability. Collisions. We would know how the object will collide with the world. Now, this actually might be difficult. If we custom If we use script, this may work a little better. Nightfall, Unreal is the only engine I've ever actually needed a machine worth anything. I'm still angry I can't run Unreal on my Surface. Oh man, Unreal is insane. Okay. So in terms of like what a pushable object would do, I think I just have to use the move, like the walking feature. I'd have to be able to convert. So there you go. Map collision changes. Any pushable object will have an impact on map colliders, which is a core SGB engine thing for now. Means when we move an object, oof. I don't want to do pushable object. I wish I started when I was younger. Yeah, but you know, okay. So one other thing you might, okay, hold on a second. This is another thing. Remember age. True factor at any point. Matzi has hired people in their 30s who switched careers. So one thing that you need to remember, if you have a day job, older junior developers are actually not bad. Because there's something that a lot of people getting out of college don't have, which is work experience. And work experience has nothing to do with coding, but everything to do with how you're going to interact with people at the company. So someone who is in their late 20s or early 30s who decided to switch careers and learn to code can actually be fairly successful fairly quickly because they come baked in with a lot of other abilities that you have to teach junior people. And, you know, they say this thing like, you know, there's plenty of actors or other, you know, I know that actors aren't developers, but there's a ton of people in careers that get started later and they're perfectly successful there. But you have to be driven. You've got to be willing to put in the work. And yeah, sometimes the work is harder. Okay. Trigger. Still may need a way to trigger this. Or trigger an event based on where the object pushed. Do we keep the object where it was after being pushed or reset? This may be hard to retain state on if it's just no. Okay, so I think I have like the, let me see, what else do I need to answer since I've been spending, this is my second hour, Jesus. Sorry if you wanted to see code being written, YOLO. We'll get to code in a minute, but okay. So what else do I need to answer to know what I'm going to do next? I have the behavior trigger definitions. I think what I want is to investigate the trigger approach first, because I really feel like that's going to be what we're going to do. I'm writing code. I don't need to see you writing it too. Fair enough. I'm triggered now. Stop raid. Stop! How are you, Stop? How was your stream? I know you probably dinner time for you or something, so you're probably gonna go, but it's nice to see you. Raid! Stop raid. Hey, Jamie. Haven't seen you in a while. Haven't seen you on the Duolingos, Jamie. Excuse me. Everybody, I'm Motzi. I make things. If you've been in Soft Channel, probably a lot of you know me, maybe, because I tend to hang around him too. All right, go get that food. I'm making a game called Alterium Shift. Also doing a lot of talking this stream. Unlike usually when I don't ever talk. Most of my stream has been typing, actually, because I'm designing a new approach to something. You see, Pyra here has an on-map ability. It's not an ARPG. We're not doing action-based fights. But we wanted these characters to have the ability to interact with the map in their own way. Pyra can smash things, like Hulk smash. Oops. No, she smashes a lot of things at once. This is just the beginning setup for this stuff. So, the way this is working now, all I was trying to prove is I could make things disappear once you wax them on the map. Now I'm doing the next phase of this. It's been a while. How are you? Yeah, sadly they went big AI, so I dipped. They went AI? What does that mean? I haven't been following along. I just do it because I want to stay in the Diamond League. I can't leave the Diamond League. A large rock. What do you know? No wonder you don't want to do any friends quests with me anymore. Sad. Rip. Did they start stealing people's stuff? They fired a lot of translators to replace them with AI. Oh, okay. Still love languages though. Love language. Is your love language love languages? So when you guys showed up, you were seeing, first off, I was getting asked advice about beginner programmers. So I was taking notes on it as I went. Because, next time I'll just pull it up and say, here's my notes. I won't even explain it to you again. But right now I'm trying to figure out how I want these objects on the map to respond to actions by player. And that got me thinking, well, I want to be able to have people pick flowers everywhere. And we're going to want pushable and pullable objects. We're going to want destructible objects. Now I'm trying to figure out how I want to make this work. So I've written a lot of notes on this here. It's a less of a coding stream and more of a typing stream. But I guess that's what it's a coding stream without code because I'm coding language. Trigger approach. Investigation. To make this approach work, we need the ability to specify actions on a per object basis in the core database. I'll take a picture so it'll last longer. So let's pick a real example because by the way, this is totally random, but this game engine that I'm building this off of, it's called Smile Game Builder. And the version that we built the game off of that imports Unity, it's it's 5-10 years old. I'm not sure when it originally came out. They've enhanced it over the years, but it certainly was built at a time where common UI things were still there, but maybe they weren't quite as common. I'm not really sure. One of the things that just drives me up the wall about their system is that there are common usability capabilities, features that just don't exist in the engine. So if I wanted I'm going to go look at all the different objects on the map. Okay, let me go find the rocks. Right? But if I go look at their own thing, like their events, I can't search any of this stuff. Nothing is searchable. They don't have a way that I can search for a thing in their stuff. That's all showing up here. If I add a variable box, this drop down is not searchable. And that drives me up the wall because it's such the amount of code required in a UI to do that is so trivial that by now they could have updated. And their new system doesn't even do that as far as I know. I haven't looked at Bakin in a while. But when I looked at it 6 months ago, they still didn't have searchable boxes. It just drives me nuts. Like, why wouldn't you do such an obvious feature that is so common nowadays that everyone would expect it? This bugs me. All right, so small rock here. So I'm going to take a picture of this because I want to have it as like the reference of where I would be putting the setting. We have the small rock. So what I would need to do in this definition is put something that lets me specify triggers. So if we were going to do that, we would add a, so we need an object that represents a trigger of some sort. I want to go see what I have for triggering in the system. Where have I used trigger? Trigger action listeners node. What? Where did I use this? Trigger action listeners? Did I ever even use this? That's interesting. Wish I could find out where the nodes were used. Come here. Go there. Can I use a node? Trigger. Oh, look at that. I don't think I ever used this. Interesting. Maybe I use it once or something. So I made something to trigger action listeners, but I don't think I ever used it. I must have had some intent. It was just a string. Interesting. Okay. So action listener triggered when an action is taken. So this is my thing. Oh, I must have used it in the temple. So one of the things I want to do before I start like inventing a solution is I go look at what I did before. By the way, good advice for developers that are newer. It is important to understand how your code works or how the existing code works before you start making changes. It is one of the harder things to do. It kind of sucks having to read through code. 100% agree, but is also necessary. It is much easier to write code than it is to read it. So develop that skill. All right, let's see here. I think what happened was I started with this intent of creating action listeners, and then I created a different way of doing it. So I have, I do this here. So trigger. So I put a trigger inside of these events. I also made a way we can have multiple events. That's cool. So we have tags, events tags. So these are my, I don't really like that way. I should look how I did it. I must have used this. So it's a switch with custom tags. The trigger is the SGB triggers, but I could do a custom. Okay, so I did custom event trigger. That's what I did. Okay, hold on. Where did I do all this? B2 central. That's the bottommost area. And these are the gates. So when I would, okay, here we go. So what I did was a custom event trigger, and then I made these actions that represent those triggers. Okay. So I don't know how I feel about this as a solution. Let me go look at how I made that work. So this is like close. So how did I trigger the actual event? Because certainly there's no trigger in here. So it must be custom event trigger. Go to advanced nodes. Okay, so on action listener, this is just for those drop downs. Okay. So we have script trigger types. We have script runner. That's where those are going to be triggered from. This is in my map engine. Okay. So the engine, so somehow I am calling this event action from map event. What do we call this from? Okay, so this is my way of interfacing Unity objects with Smile Game Builder actions. So that's actually how I did it. I made it so I could essentially force trigger something externally. But should I use that? No, can't do this. Problem is we're talking about objects that don't have an actual event associated with them. So in this case, like we have the shift bubble and the water platform and so on. Or, shooting ability, hit target, right? I'm discretely calling the trigger. I'm getting the event from the map and I'm triggering the event. But now we're talking about an object that does not have or may not be an event. I guess it's good to know that I have this here, though. Okay. Let me go back to my note. My eyes started itching all of a sudden. So if we're going to make it so characters and map objects can trigger things, then we're going to need a definition of the trigger action and a way to make that action be triggered. Okay, so with trigger-based reality, we need some way to have these objects listen and have an action. It does? Okay, good. I'm glad it sounds interesting, Toke. How are you? How goes your physics-based game, speaking of? Did you decide to immortalize the squat head monster? It really looked like it was intentional until you mentioned it was an import problem. So we need to listen, have action actually trigger the event. Okay, so how do we do? Since the objects may not have an associated event. The listening needs to be bootstrapped by the map game object. Component. That's why I was tempted to keep it. Maybe for a later quest. Yeah, it could just be something silly. I don't know. I was reflecting when I saw that how funny game dev can be, where you learn how to listen as you're developing something for things you want to change. So like game dev and even like creative entertainment, any kind of entertainment, content creation, I think you can have formulas, but I think within that you have to have flexibility to make change. Like I was watching Fallout, the Fallout series, and I don't want to spoil anything, but there's a point later in the show where an event happens, and I was like, I'll bet you when they wrote this, they were thinking one thing, but then they saw something happen. They're like, oh, that would be hilarious if that was part of it, and they like incorporated it into the story because it was like not important to the story, but it was just sort of a funny moment. And I think that's a lot of what happens with game dev. Is like you just, oh, I guess that I'm going to put that in there. And I think the people who are, it's possible to make something that you can be rigid about and say, no, I'm going to do it my way and that's it. But I would wager that that is less successful than the people that are like, yeah, I thought it was going to go this way, but as long as I'm generally getting in the same direction, I'm going to adjust it, because so much funny things come out of that. That's why they, when they make movies, they allow for improvisation. They can do that too much sometimes, but other times it's like just perfect. Exactly. Did I spell listener right? That's how you spell listener, right? Just looked at it. I can't seem to make that word make sense to me right now. Okay, so they may not have an associated event. We have to somehow bootstrap it, and I think we would do that within the game object. So we'd have to specify what the trigger is. Okay, right. We also need to the list of triggers that can cause action. So let's see if we can make some discrete triggers here and see if they make sense. I think we want interact to be a trigger. They call it talk, but I think interact makes more sense as a name for it. That's one. Then we would want like hit, maybe? Or I guess we could make it attack. Hey, Tom Sutton. Ooh, hey, where is it? Hold on a second. I hope Miss Puffles doesn't mind this. Where's the link? So, Miss Puffles is a newer developer in game dev, in terms of like getting into game dev on the side, and they made a little Game Boy game. And I said, "Do you know Tom Sutton?" I figured I would make that connection. I mean, so now Miss Puffles is going to ask you every possible question about doing Game Boy game dev. I'm sure you wouldn't mind if that were the case, but you know things, and it's a niche enough area as it is, so I thought I would make an introduction. Hope you're doing well. I didn't give you a chance to say anything, but hi, gamer. Okay, so I could do interact, or I could do attack. I feel like an attack trigger would make sense. It is an attack that you're doing. You're not like being friendly. My Game Boy game dev advice. Stop it. Get help. Interact. Attack. So the one thing is, like, what is a push? Do you want to push? It's almost like a push is just an interact, right? What's a push but just an interact? Well, there's an interesting thing though, because you can have interact, but what about, is a push a button you hold, or literally you just push on it? I think it would just, the most intuitive thing would be just pushing on something, right? As opposed to having to push a button to make it happen. So we could somehow, and this is something I'm not gonna, this is sort of like a later thing, but I think that the most intuitive thing would be that if you're pushing up against something, and as opposed to just instantly colliding with it, it'll turn into a push motion. I think that would make the most sense. Side note, there was this really cool streamer or YouTuber who did a video of our game, and he was really energetic and fun. And he's like, "Oh, I need to catch the chickens and I need to walk." And he was using a controller. And so he started using the analog walk naturally, just intuitively. He's like, "Oh, wow, it does analog walk." And then he caught a chicken. And if that doesn't demonstrate like how user interface design or user design works, I don't know what does. Like, you observe the behavior. Oh, they're trying to catch the chickens, but they don't know how to because they have to learn how to push a button. And then you say, okay, well, you know, with the keyboard, I can't really, I mean, you have to push a button on a keyboard. But if you have a controller, the natural thing with the analog stick is to use the analog movement. And it's just like, you watch that evolve. We've always had so many people struggle to figure out how to catch chickens, but now it's like natural, right? So I'm happy about that. We have interact, we have attack, we have push, we have collide. So collide is like when you touch it, right? Those seem like reasonable triggers. And I think, you know, I have to make these different because we're talking about maybe what will be the real system someday. Like, when I get a chance and all the money in the world, which will never happen, but if it does, I could spend time making an actual engine based on my learnings from doing Smile Game Builder stuff. And if I were to do that, sort of, I've been evolving my thoughts on how that might work. So we'd have 4 different types of triggers. Then we need a way, so interact. Equivalent. Maybe player actually presses attack. Player uses one of the abilities that cause an attack. Push. Player pushes up against the object for set time, causing them to switch to a push. Well, then, how would you do pull? So we might have to make pull separate, right? I have no idea. You can make pulling a button that you push. I suppose instead of grab, would it be a grab button? Like, interact is you push the button once. But grab could be that you hold the button down. I don't know. I don't know how I would do this and have it make sense in the context of the game. Maybe we don't have pull. Maybe all you can do is push. And that's it. I have no idea. Not sure. Could be a button question mark? How would we know the difference between interact and grab? Might require some indicator next to the object so you know you can pull it. Or we may trigger where whatever. Either way, I'm not doing this functionality yet. I'm trying to think holistically about how the solution is going to work. Have to consider SGB's collision, but they already have a way to detect this. Okay. So if we were to do triggers with listeners, I think we got a good definition. And then triggering listeners. Central map engine has an engine responsible for its mainline triggers. You may want to consider that. I don't really know what I'm going to say about this. Some actions might have to be triggered from the Unity side based on the event. Like attack needs the ability. A trigger, how do we so we have listeners. The listeners would be bootstrapped. Likely, so probably need to determine or class that will handle listener. The problem is I already have things I made for events. So like event manager, I think I called it. Yeah. But I don't think I want to use it because I did it differently. Right? Like this was my first go at making an event. I basically made a separate event system on top of an event system. It's kind of annoying. So I don't know if I really want to use this. So I might have to just make a different way. I don't think I have a way to manage listeners. Oh, okay. So I'd have to make a different one. This is unfortunately this is still used in like a couple places, so I can't quite get rid of it. But like exposing API. This is me exposing myself. Okay. Okay, so we have the trigger approach, which I'm still kind of sold that we probably need to do. But then I'm going to say so I did there. Configuration considerations. For access for settings affected by things like we need to consider the best way to define and use that. Now, what's interesting about this is as I'm going along and sort of convincing myself to do this triggering solution, when I talked about this in the beginning, I looked at the notion that we want an object to be destructible. And I looked at this as a we're going to define the notion of destructibility. And then we're going to tie destructibility to the action that makes it get destroyed. And I think that was a bad idea. They're like, oh, we'll make a drop down. We'll say that it's destructible. We'll do all these configuring, and then we'll trigger things to be destructible. But that, when I was talking earlier about separation of concerns, that really ties those things together. And the thing is that most of these things can be handled, like most of the things I've defined here could be handled by the script, as long as I can figure out a way to inject the object to do that. I don't need to tie the action, the triggering of the action, to the configuration of the object. And so this is where, like, that whole, like, when you talk about web development and other things, like it's the not MVP, MVC model view controller, but they have so many different variations of that now. There's a notion that the thing that you display, the view, needs to be dumb, and all it needs to do is show you something. And the thing that holds the data needs to be dumb, and all it needs to do is retain the data. And the thing that handles the actual logic is the controller. Some, like web application development has like services and controller classes and other things like that. But in the end, the logic, the complex business logic, lives somewhere in the middle of where the data is and what the view is, and it negotiates that in between. So when I'm looking at this problem of destructibility, whatever this is set at, I don't need to tie it to the action that triggers. So what that indicates to me is that I'm going to add configuration to these objects that represent those values. So then we got to figure out like what those values are. Right? Trigger definitions. Okay. Yo, Wallaber, what's up, homie G? How goes your game? All of them, every last one. I don't think I even have your new one in my list. Now you got the shout out, but I put some links there too. I'm doing a lot of documentation tonight. For settings affected by things like destructibility, I need to find and use that. It seems best to keep the configuration separate from the triggering. That way we could trigger a script and refer to the settings of the object. Now, the one problem that I introduced with this is that if I start looking at configuration on an object, I now need to make some way I can access that value. So that's okay, but it means I'm going to have to add nodes to the node system or conditions in the node system. So when I do a condition in the node system, like I'll just do here. Like if I have a conditional branch, oops, that's not the right one. This is my first version of the conditional branch. If I have a conditional branch, I select what the condition is. And I don't have any condition right now for checking values on an object of any sort. But I'll use this variable one as a good example because this is pretty good. Right? Like I have all these different ways. Oh, it's a variable, it's a switch, it's a state, it's a hero variable. And so I have to somehow expose those settings. And I might even just model it after this because this sort of condition system was pretty effective for a lot of what we're doing. It's essentially just a list of ands and it's true or false. So if they're all true, it's true. If they're all false, it defaults to default. So I'd have to have a way to access those values so I could make decisions if I was going to write script. So in this way, I take destructibility out of the notion of like code and I put it into configuration. which I think is probably a good idea. It means I can come up with other variations without without having to like go and edit each object and how the objects interact and stuff. I would just have like some story graph somewhere that can just respond to destructible objects. And I can even make certain objects refer to different scripts, so I can have a little bit more configurable behaviors based upon the object. And so I think that's probably the direction we're going to go. I already was talking myself into it. So let's talk about Wallaber, baby. Let's talk about you and me. I haven't even done a dad joke. Haven't done enough compiling. What kind of ghost has the best hearing? The eeriest. Okay. So I think what I want is in the what? Where am I going to put it? Destructible behavior trigger. I don't even know where I'm at now. Possible approaches, behavior trigger definitions, destructible. Did I show you that you can smack things, Wallaber? Can't remember if I showed you the smacking of things. You might appreciate this because you've worked with me on some of this game stuff, right? So like these I mean, it's okay. We're gonna make it so every character has 2 on-map abilities they can use. Pyra is gonna be a smash and a slash. So she'll be like slash grass, and do things like hit things with a slash. Smash is going to be more to break things, break them open, and maybe get things from them. Atlas is going to have a quick shoot ability where he can just shoot things, which likely won't be able to break stuff, but can do damage to like monsters and stuff. And like a focus shot, which is more powered, and he might even be able to use that to break something. But his ability isn't really meant for breaking things as much as either flipping switches or doing damage. And then Sage has their detector ability, which doesn't do any damage, but they'll get another one where they can do some kind of damage to objects, on that, like using their water or a freeze ability or something, or fire. I'm not really sure how we're going to do that, but the problem is like to make something interactable on the map currently, like these flowers have to have an object for every flower on a map. By the way, that's why our game is so slow in Summiton, because of the way the engine works. The more objects you put on the map, the slower it gets. And we're not talking about thousands, we're talking about hundreds. So, in this map, every flower right now is defined. I don't want that. In fact, I want to get rid of this entirely. What I want is in the configuration of the game here, I want to go to flowers, whatever this one is, and I want to add some configuration that says when the character interacts with this, trigger this code, or trigger this script, which will be to take it, right? I don't want to say that it's takeable. I literally just want it to trigger a script when the character interacts with it. This will still kind of go into the Smile Game Builder stuff a little bit, but I'm really trying to pull it out of the Smile Game Builder stuff more. I've actually created a object type called map game object, which is how I was able to detect these static objects that can be interacted with. They're not going to be so static in the future, basically. So that's what I'm trying to do now. Is now that I can prove that Pyra can whack things, that means I can essentially detect objects on the map to interact with. I want to make those triggers do something. And at first I was like, well, I'll make this destructible. And then I think, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to make configuration, and then I'm going to make triggers. I won't ever fully be able to extract from SGB for Alterium ship, but I probably will be able to extract from it in the next game, hopefully, that we make someday. Someday maybe. Yeah, so that's where I'm at. And so I haven't really been writing code. Yeah, it's getting pretty close to doing kind of our dream, right? Because now, Wallaber, I remember all those times you said, but Machi, why don't you just like make your own system here? It's like, yeah, but we have working stuff. We have a working game. And I still want to kind of like I kind of like some of the structures they've created, but I want to modernize it in my own thing in Unity. So I'm just slowly like chipping away. I'm getting close to a point, Wallaber, where I don't have to rely on their animations or their setup to create actions. I can just make characters move on the screen without using their scripts. That's kind of my next goal to chip away at. Next game will also use SUB. Don't you know you're supposed to throw everything away? Yeah, I mean, that's what you do. I saw that TikTok, or was it a TikTok, where you were talking about, yeah, I made this Shelly Card game and a whole custom physics engine. Now I'm making a completely different game and a whole different set of tools. If you're crazy, yeah, that's what you do. But I'm not crazy, so, obviously that's wrong. Okay, so we have behavior and trigger definitions, which talks about possible definitions. And we have trigger approach, listener approach. I guess I'll just put it at the bottom. I'll do configuration. Below, table below. Okay. So we'll do a table. This is how I organize my thoughts, if you're wondering. Property, description. The script, Cheyenne. I also drank a Monster again tonight, so I'm flying high, baby. Value type, maybe. I don't always like putting value type because like I might as well just write the code if I'm doing this, but type question mark. So the property will be do I need it? Okay, hold on a second. So my original thought, I'll explain this again because I'm kind of going back to this, is there's going to be certain objects that Pyra can't destroy immediately. Until she's been, upgraded to basically, she won't be able to just destroy everything that she hits. Well, I mean, she won't be able to do that anyway, but, there's going to be certain rocks that she can't destroy. Like when she starts, maybe she can just destroy these little rocks, right? So, will she be the only one? She's going to be the only one that can, like, upgrade her destructibility. So the question is, do I spend time defining configuration individually per object that identifies at what level the character has to be to destroy it? Or do I make that inherent in the code that will actually perform the destruction? I think the latter, to be honest. Part of me was like, oh, I'll make it so this is a level 0, and then the other ones will be level 1, but the only character that can destroy bigger objects is Pyra. And if I'm going to create a scripting system that destroys stuff, I could check what Pyra's current level is. Although the only problem with that is, oh no, it's a problem no matter what. Theoretically, I can have a different script per object, right? Because not every object, I don't know how I'm going to make the object destroy. I think the best way to do this might be to add to the configuration a destruction animation. And then let the script figure out where so I don't have to like most destructible objects will use the exact same script. I don't have to have like 20 different scripts for destructibility as long as I generically define what that animation or effect looks like. Which it could even be a shader, like a shader that just makes it fade out, I guess. But I don't want to be in control of that. I don't want to like have knowledge about that in the script that does destruction. So what I'm going to do is not put that configuration in here. So instead we'll have destruction animation. The animation or effect, I guess, that or destroying. I don't like. I kind of don't want it to be. Part of me doesn't want to make it so specific that it's actually like a Unity animation object. Part of me wants it to be like a generic object that can do one thing or another, and we just configure it that way, right? So, or it could be like a destruction script. What is better? I don't know what would be better in this case. There needs to be something that happens when the object is quote unquote destroyed. I just don't know, like, I can make it so there's like something that we explicitly say this is the animation you use. I guess it's not any worse than doing a script for it. I don't know. Unsure. Maybe just Unity. Or it could even be like a script, right? That actually does the destruction. So this will be where I have to actually do to figure it out, right? I do know I'm going to need some way to define the destruction animation. I think we do want a health, right? So health specifies health that can be reduced this will be an value type as an integer. Right. 0 value would be well, it would be indestructible. It would be a 0 value would indicate can't be destroyed. And then what else do I want to do that's not like do? Oh, respawn. If this object is somehow removed from the map, should it be respawned later? A Boolean. This will need to entail this is what it gets really interesting is if I need to retain state, then I have for any object that gets destroyed or taken or moved, I would have to store state for that one specific object. And the one problem we have is that those objects don't have unique identifiers. Which means I have no idea what it means. How would I do this? How am I not? Do Unity objects have unique IDs? I think they do, don't they? What's the ID of an object? How do I see? Okay. There's an instance ID. But would this ID right here be unique in perpetuity? How do can I see the instance ID from that tree? Unique ID Steve. Is there a way to see the object ID from the editor? I'm trying to see if I can get a unique identifier for an object. I'll tell you in a second. So the way our state works, our save state, it uses unique identifiers. Normally you would just be a reference, but imagine what you wanted to save outside the scene. That did not help at all. Thanks, Copilot, for nothing. So the way the save system works is it ties values to GUIDs. So when the save time comes, it just finds all the GUIDs. It literally just goes to its database of GUIDs and saves all the value. So when the events in the data in like the game database here. Where is it? They all have these IDs, which is tied to the Smile Game Builder IDs and can be used to save what they call local variables. There's a couple problems with it. So at the moment, I kind of cheated. So that those objects I told you I added, I currently add them at runtime, because if I wanted to add them otherwise, I have to go to the import process and rerun the entire import process on every map so that those objects get injected, which I can do. And if I decide that's necessary, that's what I will do. And it's probably what I have to do, because if I want to retain the state of the spawn, I have to have some consistent ID that will always be the same for the object that's on the map. It's easy for these objects because they're in the database. So even though at runtime they generate their objects, their GUIDs don't change. But the static objects, while they do have GUIDs, the ones that are on the map don't. I don't think they do. Actually, I don't even need this. Check this. Maybe they do, and I'm just not looking. So like this is all the information they have. They have object type, terrain cluster, and model path. And I don't even think this has a GUID in it. No. So there's nothing on this object from the Small Game Builder side that informs it what the ID is. It only knows it when it imports the objects. It's okay. I mean, I can write the script that does the import nonsense. It just annoys me. That's all. No other reason than I'm annoyed. And that's it. So basically, I'll have to do. Let me see. I'm going to put a note in my code. This would require modifying the import process all static objects, because the dynamic objects have IDs. It's only static ones I have to worry about. The map get their map game objects to have unique. Have a good majority. Wait. The import process, if I run it from scratch, like over all the maps, it's probably an hour and a half to run. It's super slow. It's probably even more now because we have more maps. So that's one of the problems. I don't want to. I've been hesitating to do it, but I can always just do it during, like start my work day, start running it, and then go to work. Okay. So we needed the animation that could get played for destructibility, or a way to trigger something that will do the animation. Either one. It could be a destroy script. I might even do that too, right? Like maybe that's what I should do. Except it doesn't have an object reference. So I don't know if I could do it, unfortunately. Because it's a stat. I'd have to figure out how that works. So we have destruction. We need item drops. There you go. No, we don't. We're not going to do item drops because the scripts would do that. So I don't have to add data. That's good. That's good. What else is there? Takeable item drops. I think that's it. So we only need potentially 3 settings. Then we need the trigger. Okay. So we're going to need the trigger though, right? And we'll have more than one trigger because you can have more than one thing at respawn. Which is totally anti-Smile Game Builder. Smile Game Builder only allows one trigger unless some condition changes. I don't want conditional triggers, do I? Get more complicated. What I could do is I already have an event trigger object. Do I make a new one? I could make a clean one. Man, there's gonna be more work. Ugh. I mean, I kind of want to do this, but it's just like, okay. So here's what I'm thinking. Rather than do something where I store a trigger here, what I should do is make a new, a brand new from scratch, because I don't know how else I would do this and have it make sense. Equivalent of this advanced event trigger. So what I think I should do is make my own version of this that is clear of all the SGB hide-in code. And then what we would do, instead of me specifying that the object knows its triggers, it'll need to know the graph and... Would that be it? The graph? Probably, right? So we would just specify an event graph, and that's it. Because then what I would do is I'd make this thing here where you can like select the object that could respond. And the way this is, I'll replicate some of this code, because what it does is if you selected an object, you can't add another object with the same event. So it does get tied to that one object on that one map. And I don't think I would want to be so specific that I select a graph and the thing that responds to it. I think I would want to just say, here's the graph that responds to events. I think that's what we'll call it. So I can even call it an event graph, right? Even though it's just going to be a story graph. The story graph for responding. It's funny because I haven't been writing any code, but man, I've been taking the time like I've been writing code. For responding to events, this graph will have to use a new type of event trigger that is designed to handle map objects and or part of me thinks that if we're going to use an event on a map, we don't let this work. Because if I'm going to make an event that can respond to input, I probably don't want the player to delete it or destroy it. But at the same time, like, there's some random crud, like bushes and stuff, that just say random stuff that don't matter. And it feels like it's okay to destroy them, right? If you destroy them, you just don't get the interaction, right? So I don't know. We'll figure this one out too. Value type. Story graph. Okay, I think I have enough. I think I... Cancel. Now I can write code. Well, wait. I have to do one other thing. Decision. It has been decreed by Motzi that we will use the trigger-based approach. FYI. So now we need the required current thought on what we need to update in the code. 1. Map game objects. Add different properties. 2 is going to be story graphs. Well, nodes. Create new node for triggers from. Others. Eliminate the reliance. We need to add I guess we're only doing Pyro right now, so update logic to create trigger. We also need to update import process to apply map game object to all objects. And Where else do I need to make changes? Don't. Oh, I have to update like the script running. To create necessary map character to be used during. Unfortunately, I won't be able to get rid of their whole map character thing. So I'm gonna have to do something where this is gonna be weird. This is gonna be on the fly. Essentially, when you trigger an action on a map object on the fly, it will create the map character and the script runner and run it. But I still don't have a way to like have a generic script runner that just runs whatever you shove into it. And I don't think that's super important. I don't think like performance wise it's gonna have a big impact. It's just an unfortunate fact I'm gonna have to deal with right now. Anything else I have to do here? Map game object, story node, pyro abilities, core map object code, script runner. I think that's good enough. Now I'm ready to write code. Well, that's not totally true. Now I'm ready to go to the bathroom and then write code. So I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go do a potty break. And then, maybe I should get another monster. What do you think? Get all high on caffeine tonight. I don't need to sleep. Who needs sleep? At this age, sleep is for the weak. I'll be right back. Nope. Nope, that's not right. Ad break? More like potty break. Where's my note? Down here. Okay, be back. What is this sleep you speak of? Sleep? I was going pee. Not sleeping. Is it a food? Yes, the food is sleep. Well, I also decided on my way back to make myself some tea because my throat was raw. So, didn't just go potty. I also made myself some apple cider tea. Is that considered tea? Maybe it's just apple cider. But it's in little tea bags, so whatever. But now I'm back. Oh, I gotta put my gloves back on. I don't like wearing my gloves to the bathroom, you know what I mean? Because, you know, they don't wash well. Okay, so, as we were saying, Drastic, I'm going to write some code now. That's right. For the last 3 hours, I've been just writing text. 3 hours? 8, 9, 10, 11? Yeah. Basically 3 hours. Gosh, this is insane. I spent all of my streams at this point just freaking writing things. I mean, talking a lot too, but it's amazing how much time I spent. I think this will produce a better outcome, though. So many times I stream and I just dive in thinking, oh, I'll figure it out. And so many times I start bailing out because I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. Now I have at least a better idea on how I'm starting. I guess conceivably I could have done that work before, but I didn't have time. My kids have gotten really into Minecraft now, so I got them a realm, and they want to play with me all the time, which is fine. But then I was like, I'm trying to work. Well, you guys want to play Minecraft. But the funny part is they want to play survival, and I only lasted like a day or so on survival. Now I switch over to creative, and when they're not watching, I like dig things deeper and start building stuff. And then they always want to hang around me. I'm like, crap. So then I like look where they are, and then like hit a few things and wait and see if they turn around, and they hit a few more things, so they don't see how quickly I'm breaking stuff. So stupid. And sometimes I'll just switch back to survival, but I'll give myself like, but it's like caffeine, but it has to not work to work. Well, melatonin works that way too. Hey, Gavin. So I'm pretty bad, but like, I think my daughter thinks something is up, and she keeps trying to figure it out because she'll come watch me like, what are you doing down here? Like, I'm just building. Okay. I think this is the right one, right? How are you, Gavin? Yeah, is color shiftable. Okay. So I got to put this above the motions, I think. So what I will do is doing well. Well, that's deep. I'm so funny. So I think I decided that structability would not be a setting, right? I don't want to do destruction animation. I'm going to avoid this for now. I'm not going to worry about that. That'll just get me hung up. So we're going to do health and respawn and event graph. Or maybe I'll call it what it is. It's a story graph. Sorry for the noise. Gotta stir my tea and then take my bags out. You know what I'm saying? You can't drink your bags. I don't know if apple cider tea bags will get bitter if you leave them in. But I'm going to assume maybe there's some potential bitterness. So I'm going to take out my tea bags. Let it cool off. Okay, health, respawn, and event graph. Boom. And I don't know if I want billboarded objects. We'll try it here. That's what we're going to do. So we're going to say private int health. Is health the right word for this? Durability? I don't really have a system to no. I'll say health. Whatever. Screw it. We'll always default it to 0. Can respawn. Call it can respawn, right? Pink artist. Hello. Thank you for the follow. What art are you working on? And is it pink? Do you just do art, or do you do actually true? Hey Machi, is it true that you were Wallaber's first follower? I don't know about first follower. I was the first subscriber. I think Wallaber had other followers before me. Is computer science just software? Generally computer science courses, from my understand, are more software. They touch a little bit on hardware. Computer engineering is more hardware. And then at my college, there was also something called computer information systems. They're like from a tier level, highest level, less coding and more like businessy, it'd be computer information systems. Then computer science is more technical and software-y, and then computer engineering. Yeah, but computer science courses are going to be defined by the college, so they're going to be a little different. And so not if some colleges might make computer science also include more hardware. There's like a couple classes that touch on hardware in my computer science courses that like talked about like how a CPU worked and stuff, but a lot of it was programming or theory or high level mathematics. Like in computer science, you might touch on logic gates, but computer engineering, you're going to be writing logic gate stuff. You're going to be writing the stuff that go in circuits and how circuits work. You don't usually get that in computer science as much. We had a web design, computer science, computer cybersecurity, and 4 different game dev majors. The other thing is I went to college in the early 2000s, so I'm sure the way they define classes have changed a bit over time. And we're not going to do a map graph. We're just going to do a story graph. Well, that makes sense, though. It would have to be, yeah. So it would just be a story graph. Then, do I want to be able to select from existing story graphs? Probably, right? So where did I do this? I think I did this in game map. Oh, I guess it would just give me a selector for it because they're already assets. I don't know if I even want to edit the map graph though. So let me see here. Story graph equals null. So that will work. Maybe I don't have a great new graph. But get all my directives. I used to hate directives. I don't love it, but I get why it's there and it's useful, so whatever. I'm going to comment it out for now, though. Okay. It has to be a story graph because there's not going to be a map graph for every object. It's a little hot. My doctor told me I'm going deaf. That news was hard for me to hear. I hear that. There's Killboy flapping around. What do librarians take with them when they go fishing? Bookworms. But why would they do that? Are they trying to catch? So I can just use this lookup, and it can be anything. And I don't even think, like, I don't know if I want to make a create new graph. I don't want to make a graph for just one thing. I feel like I want to just make a graph in here. So we'll do a graph in common. We'll call it graph. We'll call it common map objects. Common map object. Sure, that's named right. Poor kids. I mean, I'm sure you can catch some monster catfish with live human bait. I've seen people do it. They don't kill the bait. They just put the catfish, pull the catfish off their arm. Yeah, but also they can twist and like rip the skin off your arm, can't it? Like that stuff is dangerous if you don't do it right. Ugh, I can't even imagine. I don't even. I'm sure it doesn't tickle. So, flowers. I don't even know what flowers we're picking. Hold on. What is this? This is. It is flowers 1. Okay. So we're gonna reproduce the flowers solution as one of our tests of just basic. We're not gonna worry about Pyra smashing thing. I just want to test how this might work. So I don't even know if we'll get to a usable use case, but we're gonna start somewhere. Okay, so we don't care about health. In fact, what I'm gonna say is the tooltip. In case we forget. Health. Okay. So if health is 0, it's invincible. I just realized I have the difference between a smash and a slash. Pyra. Jacob said he did something with that actually. But that's 2 different types of attacks. So I might have to like even check the attack type or something. Pyra is a P. Give me a P. P. Oh, I just did that actually. Not long ago. Lyra. Look, she's so tiny. Swipe. Okay, so he just put a placeholder, he said. We'll have a real slash at some point, but he just wanted to make something that I could tell a difference. Call it swipe instead of slash. Okay. So, where's my tooltip? Oh, I didn't rebuild yet. Okay. So we have 0. Yeah, oh, I have to make sure that it has to be greater than 0. It can't be negative health. So we'll do min value so now we can have that. Okay, so let me go back to my punch list here. So we add the different properties. That's good. That's done. Poor Matzi's a way of managing tasks right now. I'm not in edit mode. Click through. Story nodes. Create new node for triggers. That one's going to be a little bit. Pirate ability. Format object code. I could update the import process now because I am going to need that, but script running a map object. Okay, update. No. Okay, so the other thing I missed on here was I need to specify the core trigger code. Oh, I did right here. Update to add listening and triggering capabilities. Okay, so this is where we have to figure out how listening and triggering works. Let's go see how they do it with their system. So it's going to be event engine. Okay. So the way that this is how their system works. When you hit the talk button, which is the spacebar or interact button, it does this check and run talkable script. Incidentally, I guess in a way, this is like how the listeners work. Their runners have a trigger, and so they're manually checking that trigger. It's not like there's an event that they invoke, which would make a whole lot more sense. So let's see where this gets triggered from. Process player for free move, first person, and legacy. So free move is the one that we actually use, right? So at the end of the free movement, if you press the space bar, which is in this case is actually called the side, and this is okay. I see. So by the way, this programming pattern is really hard to debug. What they are doing is combining in the if statement actions that take place that are meaningful. The problem is we look at if statements as a way to say, oh, it's just going to return a Boolean. But this is doing heavy lifting logic right here. I hate that it's put inside of here because it just doesn't, they shouldn't do that. And in fact, well, I guess the reason they do it, I know why. Because they only want to do it if this is checked, right? And so they're combining it, but it's still, to me, just kind of pukey, to be honest. Because there's so much that happens in this method. Okay, so anyway, the player presses spacebar and it just calls this thing. Fine. So it feels like we should do the same thing at this point in the code. So that does make me think. Well, no, don't think. Make me not think. Okay. So I think we can just. What can we do? How do we want to do this? I know I spent all that time writing documentation. In theory, that would mean I could just write the code, but that's not how documentation always works. So there's multiple types of events we want to run. And we're going to want a way to consistently add listeners and invoke these actions. So what that means Hey Siri, Google blue waffles. No. I'm turning red. Please tell me that didn't work. My face matches my cup almost. I was laughing so hard about that. It almost did. Hey Siri, change my name to Booga Booga. When my wife does voice to text all the time. And so she starts to talk at it, and I always find a way to like throw a random word in there to see if I can get it. I'll say like pineapples, potatoes, I love you, or whatever, and then like make, you know, it doesn't always work, but it's really fun for me. She's really, you know, she's really good at using the tools, like listen to my voice. I don't like it, and I also don't like the fact that my devices are listening to me all the time. Okay, so what was I saying? I got just sidetracked by that. So what I need is a core place to store the events and trigger the event. I do have a game event manager, but I don't really want to use it because it's a lot of legacy crap. Always listening. Hey, Stoff, by the way. Hope you had good food. So we're going to make a new one. It's called Object Trigger Manager. Good. What can I ask what you had for food? Or is that too personal? I don't really want a static... I do want a static object, but I'd have to put a static initializer, as I learned from Walliver's help in the past. Yeah, okay, we can make an instant, I suppose. So... public. Do properties need static initializers? Salmon, rice, Brussels sprouts. Too late. What are you saying too late about? Too late. Apologize. Too late. I guess I could just make a constructor. Oh, but there is no constructor. I don't. So. I don't think you can have an access to the auto wired field. I don't think. Public static. And make the instance create new if not found? Question mark. I think could. I don't want to do it that way though. I didn't want to do it that way because once I do that, now I've got to worry about stupid static initialization. I hate. Is there a way to cheat that system? If you read this, it's too late. You've already been cursed. That's fine. I'm already cursed. Doesn't matter. One more isn't going to change anything. I could do something a little bit sneaky. Can I do like equals like this? No, damn it. I can't do that. It's too bad. I just hate that I have to do it this way. So annoying. Okay, so it's fine. Whatever. This is, I mean, I can do this, but the problem is that it's still going to have the like static initialization issue. So I can do private void init, I guess. Oops, capitalize it. Runtime initialization on load method, right? Is that what it is? That's what it is. Missing static modifier. Oh, yeah. Little trick I learned from the person named Wallaber. If you want to make your build, your compiling faster, you have to turn off the rebuild of all the static context. Oh, no, not this. What am I doing? And so I have to clear out the value when it starts. I was hoping I could shove it into a property, but I realized I can't because I'd have to know whether it exists or not. I can make two properties. One that holds the value and the other one that checks if that one has the value. And then I think properties get recreated. I don't think they retain. I don't even know. Doesn't matter. Okay, so how do we want this to work? And what context are we going to pass when we trigger something? I think they can just be actions. Let me go look at this event. Talk forced? Oh, I didn't know you can force talk people. When does that get called? Breakthrough interactions when interactions are disabled. Did I add that? I must have. I don't remember adding that, so I guess we'll just move on with ourselves. Okay, so when we run a runner, that's all we're doing. We're not passing any value. The problem is I'd have to know the objects that are being pointed to. That's where this all happens here. So they do this whole like height check, whatnot. So as an interaction can be something that's in front of you or you're on top of. Talkable runners, get where runner. So this is getting all the ones you can talk to. This is just setting up their dick. Sorry, my head's over to the side, but I'm just the latest I've streamed in a while. So we go through each one of these, and this is going to check, you know, whether the height is there, whether you can actually do it, and then Pockable Runner Dick. This height diff must do a lot of heavy lifting too. Nope. How does it know? How does it determine if the object is in front of it or not? Find event character. Okay, hold on a second. Run talkable script. Okay, hold on. Oh, wait, why is it? -1 is the opposite direction. Okay, so this is where they look for a character that must be in the opposite direction, or whatever the direction. Negative. In front of? Why would it be -1? How does that work? Oh, I see. So if it's -1, it must just be every value that it returns. So it finds all the objects around the character. Okay. Or I guess on top of or in front of the character. Okay. That's okay. So we can figure that out. That's fine. That should probably be part of our object trigger manager, I would guess. Right? Because the object trigger manager is going to need to pinpoint the object. Let's go to our smash ability, which we have to change the name of this now because it's no longer a smash attack. So we just got the position of the hero, and then we did the same thing differently, but we just wrote the code that basically checks in the direction around the player. I'm going to need to check the direction in front of the player and the direction on top of it. Here. So let's see how they did it. So they did this whole same thing here where they just do this like, we have up, left, and up, right? Did I add that? I probably did. I'm pretty sure these are new things I added. Let's see. So if they're collidable, return the result. Does it do it as a... Find event character, add range? Weird. It's got to be the character that they're on top of and or. Like if it's up, if the character's up, then we subtract from the Z value. That makes sense. Then we say if NX I'm getting texting from the missus. nx is greater than 0 or owner.map width is less than nx or nz is less than 0. This is going to be an empty character. This is only going to be if we can't interact. Otherwise, we use the event height map, which looks at the location of the character. Okay, this doesn't really matter. So what we're going to do is public static void. Somehow we have to give. Okay, so how are we going to do this? We have to have the trigger manager know. Okay, so maybe it's not the trigger manager. Maybe the trigger manager just does triggers. Somewhere I have to know what game objects can be interacted with. Somewhere I have to do that check. I got to figure out where to put it. Most aim to try and figure it. Sometimes just figuring out where to put stuff is hard. I mean, I have 3 kids, so I clearly don't have that problem. But in coding, where would be the best place? Part of me thinks I should do something with this event engine because we're already doing some kind of trigger based on a talk. I don't know how it mitigates which script to run if there's 2 characters in one spot. Talkable contains target. Run it. Run true break. This runs every single one. I guess it just like stacks the interaction. Perhaps. Game map. I suppose I could just put it in here. But then have to. Okay, so I could just put it in here. We're on the map. The information we need should be available in this, but I don't have the. I have all the objects here, so I'd have to put these objects in there. This what is it called? Called map game data. I think. Map game object. There you go. I could do this on map loaded. Okay. I could just make my own map engine object, I suppose. Does that help me or hurt me? Essentially, I am changing the system so that I have a whole different way of accessing objects that currently are not accessible in Smile Game Builder. And the problem is, right now, it's this stupid Smash ability where this exists. And part of me wonders if I should either shove this logic into the Smile Game Builder event engine or do something with this object trigger manager, which seems like to do that I would have to like make it a mono behavior or make a mono behavior or game engine behavior that I put in the game engine. That's probably reasonable, right? Game engine might not be a bad place to put it. Let me see here. So we already have a game engine object. And this is supposed to be something that reacts to things that happen on maps as well. So I think that's where it's going to go. Okay. Sold. Game engine. Is it game engine player or game engine? Map character. Where is it? I thought I put it in here. Maybe I didn't. I put a map character list somewhere in here. I don't know where I put it though. Kill all tweens. Just kidding. I might have a different opinion about that once my daughter turns into a tween, so we'll find out. Map event object. Even when you write code that's readable, it's still not readable. Speaking of scale, have you seen the size of Killboy's generous heart? That's the map event object. No, those are different. Map event. Okay. So I did put it in the game engine. Shh. Where do we set up the active map event? Okay, map events by tag. So I must build the list. Active map events dot where. Where do I populate? Get result. If it's not there, then we just get them from the map. Oh, I see. So then I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to put in here, I'm going to make an equivalent of what I had before. I don't like putting it in here, but it is data that is relevant to the map. So I should probably do that. So public, I think I can do a hash set on this. It's easy. Map game object. I just gotta figure out how I set this up. In this case, I should only have to do this. For map load, let me see. Lookup data equals map event lookup. Users who are mapping the data for both battle and main maps. This is happening in the map load. Okay. And actually, I don't even think I should do new. I think I should do clear. Because this is a dictionary. Yeah, it should be fine. Because this will mean, like, instead of making a... Well, actually, no. I think I remember seeing something where clearing can actually be more memory intensive or time intensive than new. Oh, you're right. Maybe we just did that. Good job, Mossy. Okay, so now what do we do? How do I live without you? I don't understand how this code works. I guess it is that I am putting a reference of the object here. Okay. So then, do I need a difference between lookup? I don't think I need something different. In this case, they're static objects, so I just need to get them all. And that should be acceptable. This had to be done this way because the events get created differently. So, but my objects aren't part of that cycle. I think I should be able to get it from here, maybe. At the end of the day, I don't think I'm going to have any of static objects that trigger events. So, I guess I can rely on this. I don't know if it matters. I know I'm getting a little hung up on where I call a thing, but knowing where something happens is kind of important in this case. I think what I'm going to do is go into my map scene in the spot where we have, I'm going to call a method here. It would be like load map game objects, which doesn't exist as a method, right? So then we'll do store here. We'll just put private void actually. Private void load map game objects. And in fact, I should just be able to do this in this place. So we'll do map game objects equals new, which means I don't need the one that I put the code over here. Oh, I never did put it in there. Okay, that's fine. So then, do I need to get all of them? I probably do. So I don't even say new. What I'd say is whatever I said in the stupid smash ability. Oh, I had to loop over them all? Why can't I just get all of them in the... Because I don't know what map we're on. Why couldn't I just get them as all the children? Why did I have to do it this way? Oh, I had to do it this way because I had to create them. That's why. Okay. So, when I have the import process working, I won't have to have the creation work. I'll just be able to get them. I won't have to do that extra work. But that doesn't exist yet. So I'm going to have to do it manually. That's okay. Okay. So we'll do this, and then we'll do map game objects dot add. We should have all the map game objects now. Okay. This will give me all the map game objects, and I can even go into here and change this ability so that instead of using this, game main. I have it as a hash set. Hash sets are faster to request data from. That's why you would make it that way. What is this? I don't care about it being static. Why? Oh, you can't do a remove all? Hmm. From a hash set? Oh, I see. Still not ideal. I don't think I want to remove objects that way, but evolve. Okay. Not a lot of changes I had to make in my code. Real-time refactoring, by the way. Fun time. Had by all. Why a little checkbox? Did you mean you're short for you are? Look, it's criticizing my grammar. Thank you, JetBrain. I appreciate that. Grandma gonna grammar. Okay, so we have now the notion that these will be loaded. Now we got to figure out how we want to trigger action. Part of me feels like I should make any actions or interactable actions happen at the same time other things are happening with the script runner. So I guess I'll have to put some code in there, and I will need the game engine to do some of this work. Which is fine. How did I access some of this stuff? Get map events by tag. How do we do this? Game engine, get Mac. Oh, I see. Got it. Just use static. Let's put it here. So public static. I'll make it void for now, and let's go back to the engine real quick. Map engine. Check and run talkable script. There's a lot of words. Trigger. Not fully comfortable with this all being in the game engine. But we can do find though, right? Maybe we want the event engine to do this. The event engine or the event manager, its job is to hold the events and trigger the event. It shouldn't have knowledge of the things that should be triggered. The game engine is a bit too broad, but is a better place, I think, than the trigger manager. But the best place could be the map engine, actually. So that's the place we already do logic to determine if there's objects to run. So I think after all that sort of back and forth, I think I should do it in here until I find a better place. Because we're already doing logic here that's checking. So what we're going to do is add a private void check map object trigger. Check and run map object triggers. Like that. Trigger map objects. Find event character. Okay. So if we're going to do trigger map object, we're going to want to do it based upon the player direction. So we're going to do our equivalent of find event character, I guess. We're not going to use event height now. Where's my logic here? I don't care about that. I care about this. Hero map character. I'm going to steal all of this logic here. Trigger map objects into direction. Which we already get there. We do need to get the position of the hero. Actually, I think I can get the hero in here. Owner. So it's referenced properly. There you go. So direction, that's fine. I'm gonna preserve the comment from the other location. I don't need to remove. I need to know which ones we hit. Owner dot map. Incidentally, if you're using a hashed set, doing a for each is much faster. Bounds, hero position. This is, so we'd have to determine two positions though. It has to be the hero position and the hero position plus value. Because it has to be something either you're standing on it or it's in front of you. What we have to do, instead of doing hero position dot x, we'll do var offset x. So offset xy, so we do a plus equal 1, so we'll just make the offset x plus equal. And then x, and then offset y minus equal. And then no matter what we do, we make that times -1. And then we're going to get two positions. I'm going to do current position. Want this to be if bounds contains or I don't want to trigger the action directly on the object. Do I? if I decide a event trigger should happen, do I trigger it on the object or I must? The whole idea of making a freaking manager makes no sense. Because this is the, in a way, because I'm not using like collider events or something. The only way I could make this a little bit more reasonable is if there's some way I could do a trigger check that each individual object checks these values, which might make sense, but because it could have the hero position, but then every single object would have to check it, and it does make there's 6 of one, half dozen the other. Okay, so then I guess I would trigger it on the object. Kind of makes sense. The object would contain. It would need to get access to its core map object data. But presuming I get that data, then it would be able to get information it needs. Okay. So then I'll just get rid of this stupid trigger manager entirely. I don't even need this. Bad idea. Go away. Instead, we'll go back to our map game object. And we'll enhance this thing. So it kind of becomes a little bit of a controller, which also kind of makes sense. So then we need more information on this than just the game object that it's associated. And this answers the question, how do we do the ID? The ID will become, oh crap, no, it has to be unique. I don't have the map object data in this case. When I add this object to the map, so I'm definitely going to have to work on, I'm going to have to do the import thing. Because I'm going to have to get the map object ID and its unique ID. So we're going to have to do game objects don't have an ID, right? They have like a different. No, they don't. Okay. Because if they had an ID, I'd be able to find it there. Okay. So we're gonna do private GUID? No. String. It can't be a GUID because you can't serialize a GUID. I guess I could make it a Odin serialized object, but that just adds so much overhead. So we'll just store it as a string. Because then we can do public GUID ID. Not elegant. We can always like store it as the GUID ID. Private string map. I mean, I shouldn't be accessing these IDs all the time. So it's not, it shouldn't be a big overhead because it's not like every single loop or something it's accessing. So then we should be able to get the map object ID, and then we should be able to get public map object. What do I want? Is it just distributing map object? It's a resource. Sorrow. Hey, Sorrow. Someday I want you to show me how you did your animation stuff. By the way, did you solve that problem that you had? I have to call it current map object. So then, oh, fudge bucket. Can't even do it this way. Actually, should I do game map object? All right. Which is serializable, so I could theoretically shove that object onto the scene. Then I don't have to load it at runtime. I could just do that. Private. I had Monster again tonight, Sorrow. And I spent 3 hours of my stream just writing document. Just doing this. I was just writing all of this documentation on what I was trying to accomplish. Because, you know. So then we have to be able to trigger an event on the object now. Okay. Now I need to remember how I did the event. Event trigger advanced. How did I trigger these things? It was not the way I think it is. Can things be destroyed, or does her attack still destroy the overworld slowly? I'm working on it. The reason I took so long on the documentation was figuring out the approach I wanted to use to define destructible. And as I was doing that, I was also like, well, there's other things we could do, like pickable. Like you could pick up an object, right? Pickable. I didn't want to just make a destructible solution. I want to make. I'm sort of enhancing a core of the system that I want to reuse for other things. So it's taking me a little bit. And then as I start writing code, of course, naturally, what I thought during documentation time is not exactly what I'm experiencing in code writing. So when I run events, I am fairly certain this node has no insight. It's just a node that's being run through a script runner. Which means there's an execute method. Which doesn't do sheet. How the frick do I do this? Event trigger node. Story-based node and or I start event. Hey, Mr. Mecha Booth. Booths are expensive for packs. Did you know that? Whew. Buddy. Really heckin' expensive. Booths. How do I run these stupid events? Dang it. I don't think I actually run them in here. I don't think the map... I don't think the thing that runs these actually... Let's see, it's like the... It's the runner that decides what it's running. How does it do that, though? It's been a while since I touched this code. Tag change, bulk event, get events. Let's see, trigger. It's not something I can just call directly on the node, basically. I'm still presupposing I'm going to be doing something clever later. But there is no execute method. It's all part of the base node, which doesn't do sheet. So if I have an event triggered node, how the hell do I run the code of the node? It's because the trigger isn't actually running any code. It's just providing conditions and things like that. So I have to make a brand new node. And the new node has to act like it's running off of an actual event in Smile Game Builder. So I'm a little bit lost here. What am I going to do here? Talk? Is there a way to do here? Talk. No. Where does this get used? Event trigger node. Event trigger advanced node in story nodes event. No, I don't care about you. I care about trigger event node in SGB script builder. Thanks for the follow, Data Dev. Or is it Data Dev? Data? Data? Event sheet data. I know that there is a place in which code runs that I run my logic. And I'm pretty sure it's in SCB map override. This is hilarious, by the way. I don't think it's the map override. I think it is the... What is it? Map override configuration. All that stuff I commented out. Trigger event node. Really not sure where to stick this. Okay, because YOLO. Got it. Okay, start node. Where do I use this from? Initialize build. So this happens on a setup of a new map. Setup standard event override. Okay. So this happens for every event. And then it sets up the trigger logic. Add event trigger node grab start ID. Okay. So this is where we actually wire those actions. So it's all happening in the script builder. Okay. So then I guess I could still use the script builder for this. But I'd have to work around this nonsense. Not quite as clean as I was hoping it would be. I think I need to do this because I want to be able to have my graphs usable for destructible objects and takeable objects. I want Jacob specifically to be able to help me write some of this stuff. So can I get away with using the advanced event trigger? Don't know how I can circumvent their nonsense and still make this work like I want to. I put a lot put a lot of crap in here. And this is why I didn't write it all from scratch, okay, folks? A lot of stuff. You ever wonder? I'm not really sure where to go with this. So instead, I'm gonna shift gears to the import process because I know for sure what I need to do there. So I need to go to the place that we import map objects. I think it's like SGB scene configuration override? No. Scene manager? Scene configuration. Yeah, so no, that's not it either. Where does this get used? This gets used in scene configuration manager. Okay. So this is where we do, so when we're doing an import, which takes an hour and a half from Smile Game Builder, this is where we actually do our special logic afterward. So this should be a good place to do what I want to do. I'm going to get all the static objects. And should be excluding the camera from here. Map game objects. So these are just the specific objects that we're going to do. Did we delete anything here? I think I'll do it here. This whole process, this is just like when we import from the Smile Game Builder, it takes all of their objects and like recreates things. Haven't needed that forever. It's Lordy, let's hope this works. Exactly. It's been kind of a mess to deal with. So what I'll do is after all the work is done, SGB static, that's the static game object. I'll loop through all the objects and any of them that are not the ones I want to use. I'll apply the new map game objects. Maybe I'll just start it after I'm done streaming and then let it run. Of course, I'll probably break everything. Okay, so they're gonna say we're gonna say for each. For each static objects. Do I want? I don't want to get. I want to do it that way, actually. For index is less than children. I don't know where the children comes from. Wait, did I already get children from that? Let me see. I don't like this because it gets the actual static object too. That's the only problem with get component and children. It gets the static object as well as everything else. And I want to explicitly loop over the children. So we're going to do Is it used somewhere else? Static. Dot. Child. Oh. There you go. I guess I could make that there. We'll just format it. So child equals. Now, can I do something like, if not, child? Can I do a contains that's like a... Will that work? No, it doesn't work. You can't do a contained with an expression. So can I do... Can I do a where clause? A where clause works on a string? Really? I don't think I've ever tried that. Does... Never done that before. No. Okay. So I could do something like, I could do something different. So we'll say there excluded objects. So we're going to exclude the config objects, the camera, the directional light. Is that what it's called? Is that like the exact name? We're going to include main camera, directional light, and map terrain. Right? We don't want to make map terrain interactable. That would be terrain. Then we'll just check it in here before we wreck it. I think I could actually make this hash set, which again is very much faster to search through than a list, even though the list is small. So then we're going to say excluded objects dot any. So if it contains, if it does not include any, then destroy it. Get rid of it. So if the excluded objects does not equal this, contains, and actually it would be reversed. It'd be e dot contains because the child name is going to be. No, that's right. Child name would contain it. Okay, good. Okay, that's right. So we're gonna do child dot game object add component. Here's a problem. I don't think I have the map game object. I might not be able to do it here, actually. I might have to find where this actually gets loaded. I just realized that because I won't have the map object. I don't think I do. No. I won't have the map object here. Would I have it somewhere else, though? I might. So if I go to game main dot instance dot, did that even exist? My update scene. Okay. We're passing the scene in here. Save scene. So this context, custom importer. We have a map scene. That's the question. I mean, it has something. I don't know why it's not giving me the actual map scene object. Owner? No. No. Okay, get home object. So map object instance. Those are the static objects. Apply change to map scene. I don't totally get. Object all true. Map data get. Okay, so here we go. Get map object instance. Game object instances. Okay. So this, I think, is where I would want to be in the code. I don't want to do a full import though, because my God, that would be painful. I think this is where I need to be right here. I'm gonna go back to my thing and comment out my garbage. And I'll put a comment, I guess. I don't know. I don't know for sure if this is the right place. So, Mati. Maybe this is where we want to be? Question mark. What I'm going to do is, like, I still have the energy to maybe go, but I don't have the mental capacity anymore. In this case, the complication level of the problem I'm trying to solve is going to require me to do some really obnoxious things to test it. I mean, it's already kind of obnoxious. I'm jumping all over the code. So instead, I'm going to say that, you know, I got a fairly good set of documentation put together. Feels good. And I think it'll be, you know, it generally put me in the direction I need to go. And now I've got a huge mess of complication to think about. So the planning only helped in terms of setting my direction, did not help me solve the technical problem. By the way, really good lesson to remember about development in general. This is why they say don't analyze for too long. 3 hours isn't too long, but like people who spend days coming up with designs, it's like, then you're spending too much time. You need to write code. 3 hours is probably a good, reasonable time for something as complicated as this. But that's just me trying to convince myself I spent good time. Yeah, I made good use of my time, I guess. So we're gonna wrap up. I'm gonna throw up those credits, and then I'll go see if there's anyone still streaming. Much later night for me, so I don't know what the night crowd's like. They get pretty wild around here. People go kind of crazy. Let's go see. Let's go see who's out there. Whoa, look at all the crazy people. Staff is streaming again? What a jerk. I'm gonna go raid him. I'm gonna raid him back. Hey, please stop. Doing a little art. No mic. Oh, I can't raid him because he's no mic. I'll just raid him. I'll just show him my resub and then find someone else. Nightfall's right. Let's go to see Nightfall. He popped in earlier. Let's see his project. He's doing Unreal. We'll go see Nightfall. All right. Well, you all, I'll be back on Tuesday. Probably going to continue on this bigger project for a bit. It's a little bit bigger than I would normally do, but you know what? It has to happen. We got to do their stuff. No mic. Jerk face. Thanks, stuff. I didn't raid you because you have no mic, so I'll talk to you later. You all have a great night. See ya.